Welcome back, Romantic Home family, and welcome if y'all are new. I am Olivia with Olivia's Romantic Home. In today's video, I am so excited to show you guys 70 DIY Dollar Tree summer decor crafts. So this is a binge-worthy crafting marathon with so many different ideas on how you guys can decorate for summer, whether it be shabby chic, 4th of July, romantic, so many different fun ideas. And remember, you guys can take my ideas, change them up to match your decor by changing up the paint, the ribbon colors, all the fun things. I like to share with you guys so many different styles, so this video is definitely it. Press play and just get so excited for crafting and decorating. And if you guys love to craft and decorate on a budget, consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. It's totally free. It helps me out so much. And pop over to my Olivia's Romantic Home DIY Facebook page where I share daily crafting inspiration with you all. Now listen, without further ado, let's go ahead and plug in those glue guns, get out your glitter and paint, and let's get to crafting.
For the first DIY, I'm going to take this Dollar Tree picture frame that I had chalk painted white, and then this farmhouse, just a little sign that I had printed off my computer. I'm going to pop it into this Dollar Tree frame, and then I have this piece of Dollar Tree poster board that I cut out to fit the size of a thrift store frame. I also printed out some really beautiful Pioneer Woman images off of my computer, and I'm just going to go ahead and line them up to make them look like a window. And then I'm going to go ahead and take some Mod Podge, and I want to begin to Mod Podge from the center of this. That way my window doesn't move around, or my faux window. So I'm just using Mod Podge, and I'm going to go from the center and Mod Podge the first couple of pieces down from the center, and then begin to work my way out. Now that I'm finished with my Mod Podge, I'm going to take my little thrift store frame. This was just an old gold frame that I chalk painted white. And then for my little farmhouse sign, I'm just going to go ahead and take this E6000 glue. And I'm also going to add in hot glue because I want to put that right directly in the center of my pretty little kind of faux window. I want to create this beautiful little cottage farmhouse sign to hang above my old vintage Hoosier cabinet in my kitchen. So here's how it turned out. A little bit of Dollar Tree poster board, some pretty prints, and a cute little Dollar Tree frame with that farmhouse. It's kind of that Ray Dunn popped into the center, and I think that it looks really fabulous and very high end for very little money, and it just goes perfectly with my little cottage farmhouse kitchen. For the next Dollar Tree DIY, I want to make a really cute vintage Dollar Tree scale. I'm going to take this aqua colored spray paint, and I'm going to take one of those Dollar Tree garden planters. I just flipped it over, and I'm going to spray paint it really well. Now, this idea is originally from my super amazing friend J Money DIY. I'm going to link her channel down below. You guys have to go check her out. She gave me this idea for this vintage scale, and I wanted to try it forever, and I finally have the time. Okay, so I used a glossy spray paint on the garden planter, and it was a little bit too glossy. So to kind of remedy that, I'm just taking this Waverly, it's an antique white chalk paint, and I'm just going to gently brush the planter with a bit of chalk paint. I'm also hoping that it gives it a little bit more of a distressed look. I want this to appear really kind of aged and distressed and not new at all. The next thing I wanted to do was go ahead and use some black paint and rim the top of my faux scale with just some of this black craft paint. I wanted to give it this appearance of old enamelware. I used to have a flea market booth years ago and I loved these scales. In fact, I actually had one that was kind of in this similar color. I must have sold it or gotten rid of it, but it kind of reminds me of that. So just going around the edges with a bit of this black paint, and that's going to hopefully give it more of that cool age distressed look. I also went in with a sponge brush and ran this sponge brush over the paint as well. Now for the next part of this DIY, I just took to the internet and Googled vintage scale clock face, and I found this really good one. I printed it out the right size, and then I'm taking this Dollar Tree. It's just a plastic plate that actually comes in the party section, and I'm going to cut it out. And I ended up cutting out two of these, one that I left more of the lip on, and you can see right here, I decided to use that one because I wanted the clock or the scale part to look like it had more of a face. It's not a clock, it's a scale. So I'm just using some black craft paint again. And then for the top of my scale, I'm going to use this white dinner plate. It's just from, oh my goodness, a million craft projects. I actually had to have Mr. Romantic scrape the glue off the bottom, but it was going to work perfectly for this scale. So I'm just rimming the top of this as well with some black craft paint again to give it that cool vintage vibe. I want it to look like that old cool enamelware. I decided that the side of the scale needed to kind of match it a little bit better, and so to kind of seal it off and also give it more of a vintage look, I'm going in with some of the Waverly off-white cream colored white chalk paint. If you guys add layers of paint, that's really going to give your craft a lot more of a vintage feel. It's going to look more detailed and a little bit more high-end. Now I'm going in with a layer of Mod Podge, and I'm adding a layer of Mod Podge to the front, and then I'm going to add my little vintage scale to the front of that, and then I did add another layer of Mod Podge on top of that, and I did go in with a Sharpie marker after this had dried just a bit and kind of outlined that little center point of this scale to give it a little bit more dimension. Now that I have my scale front finished, I'm going to take a Dollar Tree napkin ring, and I'm going to use some E6000 glue and some hot glue together because I really want these to stay on really nice. So I'm just rimming this with a bit of E6000 glue, and make sure you put your E6000 glue top back on, otherwise that glue is going to gush out. And then I'm just going to add in a little bit of hot glue in and around that. That way I can get it to hold temporarily with the hot glue and then permanently with the E6000 glue. I'm going to pop it into the center here, and that way my clock is, or my scale is going to have a bit of dimension. So again, I'm going to use the same technique to go ahead and pop that on with the E6000 glue, rimming the candle ring, and then going back in with a bit of hot glue. The next thing I'm going to do is use one of those little Dollar Tree dollhouse tables. I painted mine silver. They come wooden and they're just in the doll and toy section of the Dollar Tree. I'm adding E6000 glue to the bottom of it and then a dab of hot glue, really hoping that this is going to stay. And then I'm just going to pop it on to the top part of the little garden planter. And I'll leave a list of the supplies that I used for these DIYs down in the description box below for you all. wall. So once I have that centered on, I'm going to go ahead and add some E6000 glue and some hot glue to the top of my little table here. And then once that is done, I'm going to go ahead and take that little faux enamelware plate that we had prepared, and don't forget also to add in your hot glue. That's going to get it to temporarily hold, because you want that to temporarily hold while that E6000 glue cures overnight. And then I'm just going to pop my little faux enamel plate on, and voila, there we have it. And oh my goodness, I am so excited for this. Okay, I love these little vintage scales, and I've had my eye on them at the craft stores, and for very little you guys can make your own. Again, I'll leave some of the supplies down below for you, but how fun and fabulous does this come out? This is probably one of the favorite projects I've done, and thank you J Bunny DIY for giving me this inspiration. Girl, you totally rock it and kill the DIY game, but I am definitely loving this one. For the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm just going to take some of those Dollar Tree larger plastic storage containers and some of this really pretty, it's kind of a vintagey green color. It almost looks white on camera here, but it's more of a pale vintage green. Again, I'm going for that really cool cottage farmhouse vibe. So I'm just going to go ahead and cover these containers with 2 coats of the vintage green spray paint. Now, once they had dried, I'm going to go ahead and take some of this Pioneer Woman clip art. Go to your Google search, Google Pioneer Woman, and we'll pull up some really pretty images. I just printed this one out. It matches some of my dishes, and I flipped it over, and now I'm going to trace it out to fit the top of my little container here. And then I'm going to go ahead and cut that out. What I want to do is I want to Mod Podge this to the top of my container. I love the Pioneer Woman goodies. I do, though, just try to get them at either birthdays or Christmases, and maybe splurge here and there. So I wanted to create some of my own to match some of my other goodies. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and take some Mod Podge and Mod Podge at the top of this lid. And I did even go around it. That way it would seal that paint. And then I'm just going to pop my little clip art on top of that. And I just printed my clip art out on regular printer paper, but cardstock might be a good option as well. And then I'm adding another layer of Mod Podge on top of that. Now, the other thing I wanted to do was add a flower label to the front of this. Again, this is just Ray-Done clip art that I printed out on my computer. I do have a Cricut, and I'm going to learn how to use it very soon. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and Mod Podge this little label onto the front of here. I also wanted to give you guys some ideas in case you don't have a Cricut. And then I'm also going to Mod Podge over the front of that. And I did make 2 of these, one for oats and one for flour. And my son has really been crushing on oat milk cookies, so I made some homemade oat milk cookies, and I just thought these containers looked oh so fabulous and perfect for my little cottage farmhouse kitchen. Comment and let me know what you guys are thinking about that. Do you love the Pioneer Woman decor? Do you love some of her stuff? You can find it at Walmart, but I think it's so pretty and fun, and it just has this really happy vibe. So anyway, I hope you guys are loving it. For the next DIY, this is actually more of a trash to treasure DIY. I'm going to take some jars that I've been saving up. I saved up a salsa jar, a pickle jar, and a Prego spaghetti jar. I'm just saving stuff during this quarantine to try to craft with. And so I'm just going to go ahead and take some of the spray paint that I had from the first project, and I'm going to spray paint this lid. I try to do a lot of my painting all together, and that way it has time to dry while I work on other projects. So I did end up adding 2 coats of spray paint, to these lids. And then the next thing I wanted to do was reuse the rest of that clip art. And so I'm just tracing out the top. And what I want to do is create some really pretty little jars. Again, Pioneer Woman sells these really pretty jars, and they just kind of look like canning jars. And so I decided that we could create our own kind of in a trash to treasure style. Now, if you don't have this clip art, you could also use just a pretty napkin, or if you're handy at painting, you could even paint some pretty flowers on the top of your jar. Now I'm just going to add some Mod Podge to my lid. I gave it a really good, nice coat, and I also went around the edge of the lid with the Mod Podge, and then I'm going to go ahead and pop my clip art onto the front of that. And I'm using the dishwasher safe Mod Podge in case I need to wipe these clean, because they are going to be for use in my kitchen. And then here's how all three of them came out. And this was a trash project, and now it's treasures. So I hope you guys are loving this as well. I thought that looked super pretty with all of my beautiful Pioneer Woman goodies, and it's just so fun and fabulous, and definitely something that will bring a ray of sunshine to my day as I work away in my kitchen. So for the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take a Dollar Tree soap dispenser and then a Dollar Tree toothbrush dispenser, and I want to create a pretty soap dispenser for my kitchen, and then also a container to hold utensils in. So I'm just using that same green spray paint. It's by Rust-Oleum, and I want to say it's seafoam green. I'll try to look at the can and leave it down below for you guys, but I'm just going to go ahead and spray paint these, and I did end up giving them 2 coats, and that's pretty much all I did with these. I just went ahead and spray painted them to match my pretty new kitchen decor that I have been DIYing here with you guys. And so if you guys can see up there, I added those little petite spatulas. They come in a lot of the Pioneer Woman set, and they get lost in my big utensil jar. So if you guys collect her stuff or you have smaller utensils, the little Dollar Tree toothbrush holders work perfectly for your little small utensils. I just thought that'd be a fun little note. So for my DIY table centerpiece, I headed out to my rose garden, and I decided to go ahead and pick some fresh roses. I picked some of the lighter pink roses and then some of my hot pink knockout roses. I wanted to have a variety. I also have my irises that are blooming in my front yard. Now for my vase, I'm going to take this red grapefruit. It's a large oversized plastic container, and I'm just going to go ahead and peel the label off. Once I have that done, I'm going to take a Prego spaghetti jar and fill that with water. So I want to have 2 vases, and one needs to fit down inside of the other one. Now it's time to make the DIY floral arrangement. I'm going to go ahead and pull out the greenery. This was just some lemon balm that was in my backyard, and then I'm going to go ahead and add my irises. These are a little bit larger, so I thought I would add them and then just kind of cascade the roses next to them. Now I also will let you guys know to go ahead and pull the leaves off of the base of your flowers, and that will help your water stay a little bit cleaner for a little bit longer. Now I'm just adding in those pretty pale pink roses. They smell so delicious. They smell like a true rose. And if I remember correctly, it's an English tea rose, but don't quote me on that. It might be an Olivia rose as well. I cannot remember. I planted them so many years ago, and they're really starting to take off this year. But now I have all of my little smaller roses. I'm letting them cascade, and I'm also continuing to just trim the little leaves off the base. So here is what it looks like in the Prego spaghetti jar. And then I'm going to go ahead and do this really neat trick. What you want to do is grab some lemons and slice up several lemons. I ended up using about 4 lemons for this whole project. Now you want to go ahead and take your first container, which I'm using that plastic grapefruit container, but any container will work. And you want to put about a cup of water in, and then you can pop your second container inside of that. And then you just need to make sure that there's space for you to slide your lemons down inside of that. Slice your lemons rather thin, and they're going to kind of bob up to the top until you get it a little bit more full. You can also take a butter knife and kind of move them them around if you need to space them around to make them perfect. But really, this is just a fun summer vase, and just have fun with it. And oh my goodness, I have been so excited to share this DIY with you all. I've always wanted to try this. This is my first time trying it. So let me know if you all have any tips and tricks. And I guess I've also read that you can add a little bit of lemon juice to your fresh flowers to help them last a little bit longer. So I'll try to look up the exact recipe for you guys on that and share it in one of my next videos. But how beautiful is this? I only used a couple of lemons, and I'm going to reuse the lemons to clean out my garbage disposal once I'm done. So it'll have a little bit of a dual purpose. But I think that this is a really wonderful centerpiece. And again, you're repurposing and reusing containers that you already have on hand. And for the price of a couple of lemons, you have an absolutely gorgeous, very unique summer tablescape that would just be so beautiful and cheerful. So for the next DIY, I'm going to share with you all how to create a napkin ring out of a toilet paper roll. Now, Dollar Tree also has napkin rings. I only had 3 on hand, and so I needed to improvise and create one more. So I thought, why not use a toilet paper roll? So I'm going to cut my toilet paper roll to fit the size of the original napkin rings that I was working on. I'm then going to take some Mod Podge and just go ahead and Mod Podge on the outside of the napkin ring. I'm using this beautiful Mackenzie Childs napkin to decoupage to the outside of my napkin ring, and I had done several in advance of this DIY and then ran out for the original one to show you all. So I'm improvising, again using that good old Mod Podge, and then cutting the napkin to fit the size. Now the napkins that I ordered are going to be linked in my Amazon store, and these are the square napkins, and they have a gold rim. So I wanted to put the gold rim on the outside bottom part of the napkin because I'm going to glue one of my really beautiful jewels to the front. So I'm just going to gently take the napkin and place it around the toilet paper roll where the Mod Podge is. I'm going to trim that off, and then I want to Mod Podge on top of that. Now I will let you all know that this napkin ring is not nearly as sturdy as my original ones that I got from Dollar Tree, but it's going to do in a pinch. And I thought it was super creative. If you all can't get out right now, or you don't want to get out right now, or you just want to repurpose and reuse. So I'm actually probably going to make some more of these. It was kind of fun. So I'm going to go ahead and trim off the top part of that napkin, and then I'm just going to Mod Podge over that to give it a little bit more stability and also cover that part of the napkin. I'm going to go ahead and take my jewels. These are jewels that I get from totallydazzled.com. I'm going to leave the link down below for you all. They are such a great deal. I've always loved crafting with bling, and I've never found such a great deal on such beautiful jewels. I'm also going to take some of this beautiful gold paint. It's by Arteza, and it has this really pretty shimmer to it, but really you guys could use any craft paint from the craft store, or even Walmart has some pretty gold paint. And I want to rim the bottom of the little napkin ring just to give it a bit of accent. Now, of course, this is totally optional, but I just think it gives it kind of that Mackenzie Child flair. Now, also, I want to encourage you all to do the style that you love. Maybe you are a total shabby chic girly girl, which I love. So use some beautiful rose napkins. Maybe you like a modern farmhouse, so you could use some different kind of napkins that you have. Maybe some buffalo check, or just something really cool that you all love that you have laying around in your stash. You could even craft some of these up for Christmas. Christmas. I know it's crazy to think about Christmas, but hey, we have a lot of time to craft right now. So I'm just going to add some hot glue to the back of this pretty jewel. Again, totallydazzle.com. I'll leave that link for you down below. They're less than $1.50 each, and they're beautiful, and they actually come on a brooch, but I usually cut the brooch off just so I can have it to craft with, but sometimes I end up leaving it on. So it's really nice actually to have that option. And here it is, so sparkling and oh so fabulous. So I ended up adding the jewels all the way to the front. And I also had you guys ask me which are my favorite ones to order. I personally use the rose gold the most, and then also the silver. But I love these gold bling jewels, especially for Christmas and especially for this Mackenzie Childs one. So for the next DIY, I'm going to take a Dollar Tree charger, some Mod Podge, and then again, one of those Mackenzie Childs napkins. Okay, we are going to make a fabulous charger. What I love about this craft, again, you can use whatever napkin you have on hand. You could use tissue paper, customize it to suit your fancy. You're going to want to cover the entire charger with a heavy layer of Mod Podge. Get creative, get crazy, add lots and lots of Mod Podge. That'll get that napkin to stick on. Now, I don't separate my napkin layers. I've tried that before, and maybe I'm doing something wrong, but it just doesn't work for me. It tears apart. So I'm going to do it kind of the lumpy old-fashioned way, or however I decide that works best. So this is what works best for me. Comment and let me know if you guys have any tips. So I'm just going to spread the napkin down onto the charger, and then I'm going to very gently pat it on. Now, this is the hard part for me. I have to wait for it to dry, but Mr. Romantic came to my rescue with his heat gun. Be very, very careful when doing this. He just used a little bit of it. We didn't want to melt anything or have anything crazy happen, but he used the heat gun and helped me dry that layer of Mod Podge that I ended up having to put over it. Okay, so I'm going to trim off that excess napkin, and then that's when you have to add that huge layer of Mod Podge. That layer of Mod Podge, though, is really going to seal things off for you really nicely, and it's going to make it nice and firm so you can reuse this quite a bit. And I'm also going to go ahead and put a little bit of gold rimming around this plate, and that's going to give it that really pretty, again, Mackenzie Childs look. And I did end up using 2 layers of that gold paint. So Mod Podge, napkin, another layer of Mod Podge, and then some gold paint, and you are good to go. Quick note on this tutorial, I didn't share with you guys that I put another layer of Mod Podge on top of the napkin after it had dried, just to let you guys know. Now it's time to set a beautiful DIY Dollar Tree table. Here is our DIY Dollar Tree charger. I'm laying down a beautiful lemon placemat, the charger, and then this pretty white plate that I found at the thrift store. They were originally from JCPenney. And then this is another DIY. It was a 50-cent plate that we found at Walmart that we Mod Podged a napkin to the back of. That's in one of my last videos. I'll link it down below for you guys. I added a pretty china plate on top of that, and then I just have this pretty thrift store linen napkin. I'm gonna add that beautiful napkin ring that I shared with you all how to make, and then you have this really classy outdoor garden party on a total budget. Now, who would know that these are Dollar Tree chargers and little 50-cent clearance Walmart plates? Oh my goodness, you guys, I'm absolutely in love with this. And again, you guys customize this to whatever color scheme you love. Again, if it's roses or farmhouse or whatever you absolutely love, definitely go for it. You could do coastal. Dig into that napkin stash, order some napkins online, and have fun with it. I love this because it's a great way to change your decor. So right now I'm crushing on this Mackenzie's Childs look. I don't have the money to go out and buy a ton of her stuff. I love it, but I want to try it. And so I want to see how it looks, and then maybe I'll splurge on a piece here or there. So this is such a great way to change up your decor on a teeny tiny budget. I'm continuing to set my table and then now add that beautiful centerpiece. And this is just so summer fabulous. Oh my goodness. Comment and let me know, how do you all decorate for summer? I feel like that's one of the biggest things. I never can quite put my finger on it. Right now, you guys can tell I'm using a lot of lemons and roses and black and white check because I feel like that black and white is going to be able to transition into fall and then into winter. I really want to make my decor last this year. So comment and let me know how you guys love to decorate for summer. For the first dollar store DIY, I'm going to take this Dollar Tree gift box. It was from Christmas and I chalk painted it white, as well as these foam roses. I found them on Amazon. They were only $12 for 30 of them. And I also have this cute little Dollar General box. I'm actually going to do 2 of these beautiful boxes of roses. They're super high end and super expensive if you buy them online, but we are going to dupe them for next to nothing. Now, I have this piece of styrofoam left over from a package that got shipped to my house, and I'm going to go ahead and measure it with the bottom of the box and just trim it out. I want it to be the size to fit down inside of this box, so I'll have something to fit my roses into. And I was really excited to repurpose and reuse this piece of styrofoam. Hang on to some of your styrofoam because this is a great way to do florals, and they held in there really well. Now, these florals come on a stem, which is really great. Again, I'm going to link the exact ones that I bought down below. I'm just so excited to find such a great deal. And I'm going to go ahead and pop the roses in, and I want to make them a little bit shorter around the edges, and then as I get to the center, make them a little bit taller. And I will tell you that I did not trim the ends of these off. I just bent them down, but I do suggest going ahead and taking some wire snippers or some old scissors and trimming the ends off. That will just ensure that your roses stay in their styrofoam a little bit nicer.
You're the rose in a garden, and it shows if I'm honest. You're the leaves in mid-August, and I've come out here to say that I love you. Ooh, ooh, you, ooh, ooh. So slow, hold you in my arms, won't let go. The world around could pass us by, a thunderstorm, a lightning strike as we hold.
Now, as you can see, I'm just going ahead and trimming off the ends with my wire cutters. It really did help them stay in there a little bit nicer, and it just continuing to fill it out. So once you get towards the end, you can just kind of look for some of your empty spaces. Now, this box was rather large, and so it did take up the majority of this arrangement. But good news, I did have enough to do another smaller arrangement, which I was super excited about because, again, I love these beautiful, they're supposed to look like really real roses, and they're super expensive. You guys seen those online. So now I'm just taking some of this pretty pink sheer Dollar Tree ribbon. I had picked up some extra ribbon during the Easter season, and I'm just going to tie it in the front. I was really wanting to use satin ribbon, but lo and behold, I could not find any satin ribbon in my ribbon stash, and I'm really trying to craft my stash. So I just tied a quick little shoelace bow like you would tie on your shoes, and I'm going to dovetail those ends by cutting a triangle upward, and that's going to give it that really pretty boutique finish that you're looking for with this project. And oh my goodness, absolutely fabulous and gorgeous. I am over the moon in love with these beautiful romantic roses. Now, this is the smaller Dollar Tree container. This was a Dollar Tree Christmas gift box, believe it or not, and I chalk painted it white. It did ruffle up just a little bit, so be careful when you're chalk painting some of your inexpensive gift boxes. They might ruffle up just a bit. The chalk paint may have made it do that, but acrylic paint might work as well, or you could cover it with some pretty paper. Really, the sky is the limit. Just have fun with it. So again, I added in all of my beautiful roses, and I finished it off with a pretty bow in the front. I would really love to have one of those Decor ribbons. I think that would be so pretty. I gave this to my daughter for her bedroom, and it worked out just perfectly, and I think I'm going to keep the other one on my beauty space. So here it is, mixed in with some beautiful glam decor that I cannot wait to share with you guys. But these would be so fabulous for a centerpiece for a bride or a baby shower or any girly kind of glam event, or just for your home in your bedroom space or your pretty bathroom. I just think they're so pretty. So for the the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take some of these printables, and I will leave a link for some printables for you guys. I'm going to take some Dollar Tree 8x10 gold frames, and I'm just measuring them out. They printed out on 8.5 by 11 paper, and so I do have to go ahead and trim them down. Now these are just beautiful glam pictures that I was able to find online, super easy. And if you don't have a printer, you can always save these images on your computer and send them to a Walgreens or a CVS or a Walmart, and they will print the digital image out for you. Again, this is an 8x10 frame, and the image was about 8.5 by 11. So I'm just taking my little trimmer here. Mr. Romantic surprised me with this. It's like a little Cricut trimmer. It's really great. It just has a super sharp blade, and you can trim things really quickly. I'm trimming them down to fit inside of the frame, and what I want to do is make a really beautiful wall collage. Quick side note here too, you don't have to have a fancy trimmer. You could definitely use your scissors, but here they are. Oh my goodness. So my son's girlfriend is going to be heading off to college. I'm going to make her a set of these, and then my daughter and I are going to put these in our bedroom. You could always do two, just do one and set that in with a pretty glam setting, kind of like this idea that I'm giving you guys in my living room. They're just so happy and pretty with the beautiful girly glam high heels and all that good stuff. Okay, so for the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm taking a Dollar Tree little pan here, and then I'm using a candlestick. I used a Dollar Tree pan, 2 candlesticks, and 2 of the little candlestick glass plates. I'm going to take my hot glue gun, and I'm going to glue the candlestick upside down on top of the plate, or the pie pan, and then I'm going to rim the edge with my glue gun again and add the little candle plate. And so you guys can always add E6000 glue and hot glue if you want this to stay permanently. I lost my E6000 glue today. I ended up finding it after my crafting session was over, but comment and let me know if you guys lose things all the time when you're crafting. I don't know what the deal is, but anyway, maybe an organization video is in need. So I'm going to go ahead and take my hot glue gun again, and I'm going to rim the top. Again, this candle is flipped upside down, and then I'm going to put my little plate on top of that. I'm making a really beautiful 3-tiered glam jewelry storage for my daughter's bedroom. So I'm taking this really pretty Rust-Oleum. It's Rust-Oleum metallic gold spray paint. It looks so realistic and is so beautiful for any glam crafting or any beautiful projects that you want to do. I highly recommend it. And once I had that done, I went ahead and went in with my hot glue gun again and some of these Dollar Tree pearls, and I'm just adding the pearls with a dab of hot glue. Again, use that E6000 glue if you want it to be a permanent hold. Once I had trimmed this out with my pearls, I decided to go in with some of that Dollar Tree. It's not ribbon, but it's a pearl ribbon. So Dollar Tree at some point in time was selling ribbon on a roll. That's what I'm trying to say. And I'm just looping that around the base of the candlestick again to give it a little bit more of that pretty glam appearance. And then to finish the seam off, I just added in some more pretty pearls. And you guys could use any beautiful bling that you have in your stash. Dollar Tree also sells bling, so that would work perfectly too. So I'm sharing with you all some ideas on how to style this with a beautiful bracelet gold cuff, a pretty ring, another bracelet, and then a set of sunglasses. And I got these sunglasses at Dollar Tree. It's actually where I get all of my sunglasses. I'm pretty hard on my sunglasses, and if I lose them, I won't be out anything except for $1. And they're actually my favorite sunglasses. So comment and let me know, where do you guys get your sunglasses? I would love to know. So for the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take this Dollar Tree. It's just a metallic little plate. It's like an elongated tray, and I'm going to go ahead and spray the edges of the bottom, and then I want to spray the top. I'm going to use that metallic gold. This is the Rust-Oleum metallic gold, and it is awesome. It looks so realistic. And then once I had that done, I decided to make it a mirrored tray. So I'm just taking taking these Dollar Tree mirrors out of their pretty frames. I'm going to use them for another project, so don't worry guys. And I'm just going to pop them into the base of this tray. Now they didn't fit exact, but they were pretty close. There was just a little tiny spot that had to overlap. And then I decided to take some of this bling wrap. I get all of my bling wrap and jewels at totallydazzle.com. In fact, I'm super excited because they're hosting a $100 shopping spree giveaway on this video. So make sure that you guys leave a comment and subscribe because it will enter you in this giveaway. Okay, so just continuing on here, I'm adding bling to the sides of this tray. This will help it not have a sharp edge and also will just kind of finish it off with a little bit more detail. So I'm adding some hot glue and then my pretty bling kind of jewelry ribbon here. Now that I have all of my bling trim added, I'm going to add this beautiful brooch to the quarter. And again, these brooches are amazing. They're about $1.50 to $2.50 each on totallydazzle.com. It's where I get all of my bling jewelry. They are so amazing. They're so super sweet. And they have the most beautiful bling for next to nothing. I'm telling you guys, I used to craft with bling all the time when I had my Etsy shop. And I always had to pay between $4 and $7 for bling, and look how beautiful this is. So pretty. If you guys don't have any of their bling, you could always just use some junk jewelry that you have in your stash. So have fun with it, get creative, and just go for it. For the next Dollar Tree DIY, I just cut out these little 5x7 really pretty glam pictures. Again, I printed them out on regular paper. I didn't have any cardstock for these, so I'm just going to trim them up and pop them into these little frames that we took the mirrors out of. So I will tell you guys, I did make a little bit of a mistake on this project, and because I didn't have glass, I thought I could just hot glue the paper kind of in little spots around it, and I didn't cut the paper small enough. So cut the paper a little bit smaller if you're going to use hot glue, but I did another one later and I Mod Podged it to this frame and that worked a lot better. So hopefully you guys can learn from my mistake, but it did turn out pretty regardless. Just letting you guys know a little tip there to go ahead and either cut it a little bit smaller or just use Mod Podge, or even some tape would work as well. And I don't know if you guys noticed my scissors just went flying. Hopefully there wasn't anybody on the other side of that, which there wasn't. So here is how it all turned out with a beautiful glam tray. And I'm telling you guys, that Dollar Tree tray is so pretty. Look at how beautiful it looks. It looks really, really high end with a pretty brooch or jewel piece added. Oh my goodness, I was super excited for that. And then this little Dollar Tree frame with the little glam pink high heels. I'm telling you, this could be at a high-end boutique, very easy, and we are doing it on a huge budget here, which is next to nothing. Okay, so for the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take this little Dollar Tree notebook journal and this little Christian Dior perfume bottle cutout. Again, this was actually an accident on another project that I did, but I went ahead and saved the perfume bottle, and I'm just using some Mod Podge, and I'm going to go ahead and Mod Podge it to the front of this little journal. So Dollar Tree is carrying these really cute leopard journals. I am using Mod Podge that has a gloss finish on it, and it's also washable. So just a little note on that. I'm really liking the washable Mod Podge because it's really easy to wipe things clean, but any regular Mod Podge will work, and Dollar Tree does sell Mod Podge, by the way. So here it is mixed in with this beautiful glam decor, and you guys, I am just so crushing on this. Okay, for the next DIY, this is kind of a bonus DIY, but I bought some fabric transfer paper from Walmart, and it has about, I believe, 15 to 20 sheets, and all you do is print an image out onto the fabric transfer paper, and you need to make sure that you reverse the image so it needs to be mirrored, because you're going to place the image down on top of a shirt and iron it onto the shirt. So this was a little tank top that I picked up from a Walmart. Their tank tops are about $2 to $4. They're super inexpensive, you guys. So this is a really great deal and a fun way to glam up a shirt for honestly just next to nothing. Okay, so once I had it all ready, I just flipped it over, and then you use a hot iron. Be careful with this part, but you want to press the iron down pretty hard, and you set it on a cotton setting. And the fabric transfers were for t-shirts only, the ones that I found at Walmart. And then once you have that done, here it is, a cute little tank top from my daughter, and she was loving it. She is such a gorgeous glam girl. I think this would also make a really wonderful gift for a certain someone in your life, daughters, granddaughters, or yourself. I even made a fun one for myself. So have fun with it. Get a little girly, get a little glam, make a cute little t-shirt or pretty printout for your home. To make a piece of burlap, I'm taking this 2.5 inch wide burlap, and I'm just going to go ahead and fold it in half and then add a dab of hot glue. So you're going to pinch it together right here and let the hot glue dry. These are so fun and easy to make. And then you're going to add another little dab of hot glue and begin to roll your burlap. Now you want to keep it folded in half as you work, but it doesn't have to be perfect. Mine kind of unfolded, and then I would have to push it back together. So just to let you guys know about that. Now you're going to twist your piece of ribbon and wrap that around your little center part of your rosette. And then you can add another little dab of hot glue. So you'll hot glue here and pinch it together, and then you can go ahead and twist it again. As you guys can see, mine did kind of unwrap there for a sec. So just be patient with yourself. This is actually the third time I have made these. So I had to make a couple of practice ones. I think I'll get better as time goes along. Comment and let me know if you all have any tips and tricks for making the most fabulous burlap rosette. And I do get all of my burlap at burlapfabric.com. I'll leave a little coupon code. It's Olivia Spring to get $5 off. You may get cheaper shipping though with Amazon or Walmart. So definitely shop around if you need a really great deal and check all of those places. So I'm just continuing to wrap my little rosette here. You're just going to twist and wrap as you go along, and you just continue to go until you get the desired size that you love. So once I got towards the end of it, I just continued to twist and then pinch it together, and then you can trim your little last spot off, and that will give you the size of your burlap rosette. Now again, just make it as big or as small as you want, and if you don't have this burlap, you could always cut strips of fabric. I've made fabric rosettes as well, so just have fun with this, do some happy crafting, relax. I know you guys have some little strips of fabric or some ribbon hopefully in your stash, and these would be fun to make with the kiddos as well, but be careful with the glue gun. You could also sew these if you wanted. Now I'm taking this Totally Dazzled jewel. I get all of my jewels at totallydazzled.com, and I'm going to hot glue the center part of the jewel into my burlap rosette. You guys, I have to get a little extra, a little fancy with this because I want to make this really pretty Mother's Day wreath that I have been working on. I actually started it on my Facebook Live with you guys this morning, or now it's actually going to be yesterday morning, but we're going to finish it up here. And also I wanted to share with you guys a quick DIY here with the little flickering candles. So you can take that extra piece of burlap that you might have left over or any kind of ribbon, and you can just hot glue onto the actual ribbon after you wrap it around your candle. Now be careful because the flickering candles are somewhat of like a real wax, so you don't want to melt your candle. And but just gently hot glue it onto here, and then you can trim it off, and that's going to give your little candle a sleeve. So this is pretty fun and fabulous, and this will just really doll up a candle. These would be great to just really give as a birthday gift, or you could even make them for Mother's Day. I think these would be so beautiful. I think my mom would absolutely adore this. So you would just hot glue your little burlap rosette that's all fancy and perfect onto that little strip, the sleeve that you made, and then you have this beautiful, really custom looking little candle. And I'll leave the candle link below. So I'm going to do a giveaway on this video, but I'm also going to leave the link for where you guys can get these candles on Amazon. It's a great deal, and the best part was the shipping was super fast. If you guys are like me, or a little bit impatient trying to get stuff in the mail. So now I'm just going to continue to work on this beautiful shabby chic wreath. This is just a Dollar Tree wreath base with some burlap wrapped around it, and I have 2 of my little burlap rosettes already hot glued onto here. So I'm going to hot glue this one that I just made. So you're just going to hot glue them onto there, and it may take a little bit of finagling and hot glue to get them to stick on there. So with the Dollar Tree wreath base, I just took the burlap fabric and I hot glued it and made a base for me to glue my rosettes onto. So this was one of the styrofoam wreaths from Dollar Tree. You all could also use the wire form ones. Now I'm trying to decide on kind of what I want this to look like. So I used this little Christmas ornament. Again, I'm going for more of a Mother's Day wreath. So I decided to go ahead and use this little leftover Valentine's Day sign. So now I'm just adding this little tag sign on. I actually got this at Dollar General around Valentine's Day, and I hot glued it to my burlap wreath, and then I'm adding on some more little burlap fabric rosettes just to fill it out a little bit. I do like to go a little over the top. If you like more of a simple look, definitely stop here, but I decided to add a couple more to the top of this. Now I'm crafting with my stash, and so I'm just really having fun getting out all of the treasures and repurposing and reusing some of my other seasonal decor. Now here is another one of those totally dazzled jewel gem goodies. They're actually brooches, and they come about $1.50 a piece, and if you have shopped around for those, you know how expensive they are. Again, I'll leave a link for that as well. Now I decided to add in this pretty beautiful roses Michael's ribbon. I've had this in my stash forever, and I just haven't had a chance to use it, and so I thought this wreath would be perfect. And I'm taking the ribbon and I'm just hot gluing it kind of back behind the sign, and then pulling it out and kind of ruching it in a downwards direction. That way it just gently peeks out. It ties in the burlap colors as well as the True Love is Forever. And I will tell you, the reason I chose this sign is because I feel like our mothers are our first true love. I know when I had my son, it was definitely love at first sight, and really, all my kiddos, but just that, mother's love. And I know your mothers probably definitely feel the same about you. So hopefully I'll give the opportunity to give this to my mom. She's in the middle of moving right now, and she's out of state. So I hope to pack this up in a little goodie box and ship it her direction, hopefully as soon as she gets settled. But here it is, and it's just so beautiful. Now I did decide to go ahead and take my ribbon and add another little spot to the top. I feel like I needed a little bow. You guys know I love to add bows, so I'm just going to take the ribbon and kind of loop it over on itself, pinch it together to get the size of my bow. I'm kind of rationing this ribbon. I really feel like it is pretty. Sometimes I'll hang on to some of my prettiest ribbon and not even use it. So to make the bow, I'm just taking the ribbon, looping it over on itself, kind of gathering it in the center, and then just pinching it. And this just makes a really easy little bow. And you guys can hot glue it here, or you can take another ribbon or some jute string and tie it off in the center, and that will help it stabilize just a little bit. So I decided to use this pretty little lace ribbon. You can get this at Dollar Tree, or I believe I may have got this from burlapfabric.com, but it's just that thin kind of lace ribbon. I'm tying it around the center and then adding it into my wreath with just a dab of hot glue. Now here is the finished product, just adding a couple little dabs of hot glue to making sure everything stays really nicely. And this is more than anything kind of just a scrappy little pretty bling jewel. And the other thing I wanted to let you all know that if you have some of your grandmother's jewelry or your mother's jewelry or your father's jewelry or a brother or sister, a special keepsake of something that you would like to use in kind of like this scrappy cute little wreath, this would be a great time to use it. You could also use some of your own jewelry, maybe a broken earring or a piece of jewelry that you just kind of have laying around. I think it would be perfect to add into these pretty little burlap rosettes. Definitely share a picture of how you guys make these. I would love to see that. You can tag me on Instagram. You could also share it on my Olivia's Romantic Home Facebook group page, and I'll leave a link for those down below. I really love to see how you guys remake some of the crafts that I share with you guys, and a lot of them are so beautiful and so inspirational. I just love seeing what you guys are up to. So for the next DIY, I'm going to take this old mug from my husband's work, and he actually has a ton of them, so I don't feel too super bad using this. And I'm going to take some Dollar Tree contact paper. This is in the black and white roses, and I'm just going to cut it out to fit the size of the mug. Now I think this is a fun way to upcycle a coffee mug if you're trying to do a craft at home for your mama or your grandma, or you could also even decoupage some pretty fabric or lace to the front of a mug. But I want to make a little spot where I could store my craft tools, scissors, paintbrushes, and I'm going to make it customized. So hopefully you all can do this craft at home and have a really cute little gift to give to your loved one. So you just add the contact paper to the front of the coffee mug, and then you can take another strip of contact paper. This did have two sides of the logo on it, and so you can add it to the other side as well. Now I'm just sharing with you guys, you can use these little poster board stickers from Dollar Tree to customize it. I put an O on the front of this, and then I kind of changed my mind and decided I wanted to put it on the other side of the mug. And what I do love about the Dollar Tree contact paper is it's super forgiving. And I will tell you, on the mug it did have a little bit of some ripples on it. I'm not sure how to get those out and make it perfect, but it was really cute and it was an easy craft to do. I think if you Mod Podged some pretty napkins onto a mug, that would be really nice, and you may not have any ripples. But here's how you could use it. You could use it for paintbrushes or glue sticks or whatever suits your fancy. Go for it and have fun. Repurpose a pretty mug and just make it absolutely beautiful. Now this mug is for decor purposes only. For the next DIY, I'm going to share with you all how you can upcycle one of these pretty candles. You can take a strip of pretty ribbon or fabric. Now this is really great to customize whatever kind of decor you're decorating with. So if you're making a pretty Mother's Day candle, you could use some roses ribbon. You could use buffalo check plaid to go with your decor or your family's decor or whatever you guys are decorating with. Now I had this heart tin Dollar Tree little tin left over from a sign, and I thought it would be cute, but I felt like it might cover too much of it. So instead I decided to use a bling embellishment. So I decided to add this pretty little jewel to the front of the candle. Now these are so great. I'm really telling you guys will love this. I repurpose and reuse these jewels, so I'll use them on an ornament for Christmas or a pretty package, and then when I'm done with that season I'll repurpose and reuse it. They're really fairly hardy for the price. I just really love them. I think they look beautiful together, a beautiful gift that almost any mother would love. I definitely encourage you guys to try out these pretty candles candles. They're battery operated, so they're very, very safe around your home or little ones. And they're on a timer, so that will help you not use up your battery so much. Now here's another fun way that you could decorate a candle for your mama. You'll just trim off a piece of contact paper, and what I love about this is there's no hot glue involved. No sewing, no hot gluing. You just have to make a quick little trim here. So you're going to take your candle and lay it down on your contact paper and kind of see the size that you want to make it. You want to make it a little bit smaller than the candle so it will go around and fit flush against it. And it sticks fairly well, but you want to trim it a little bit longer. That way it can just adhere to the other part of the adhesive. Goodness gracious. So you'll just take it, measure it around, and then you'll take the adhesive part off. Now I find that this is the most tricky part for me when I'm doing the adhesive, is to get that little spot off. So be patient with yourself. And then once you have that, you can just go ahead and add that to your pretty little candle, smooth it down, and voila, you have a fabulous new candle, new to you. Change it out with contact paper, change it out seasonally. And this is really great because you're not going to be hurting your candle in any way. Now look at how beautiful that is, and it goes perfectly in with some pretty shabby chic black and white decor. It matches our fancy little mug and doodly dad jar. So for the next DIY, I want to upcycle this Tostitos salsa jar. I'm just going to peel the label off of the front, and now I'm taking the little Dollar Tree contact paper and I'm going to kind of wrap it around the jar to see about the length of size that I want to cut it, because you guys know me, I don't want to waste any scraps here. I will encourage you all to try out the Dollar Tree contact paper when it's safe for you all to get out and grab some. It really goes a long way. They have a variety of styles and colors as well, but I love this black and white. It just goes with pretty much every season, and I've redone my kitchen cabinets, the little kitchen cabinet spot that you set the dishes on top of. So that was fun to do. If you guys missed that video, definitely go check it out. But I'm just going to continue to trim this and measure it to suit the size of the jar. The other thing about the Dollar Tree contact paper that's fun is there's little lines in the back. If you struggle to cut a straight line like I do sometimes, you can just trim along the edge of those lines. So definitely don't be afraid. Now that I have it trimmed, I'm just going to go ahead and peel the little back off. Now this might be the hardest part of using the contact paper, is finding that little edge. Once you find the edge, you can just go ahead and adhere it to your jar. I did cut it even a little bit smaller than the jar so it wouldn't ripple, and this one went on here really good. What I love about these jars is they're so great. You could add little cotton balls to them, you could add Q-tips, nail polish, glue sticks, you could add in paintbrushes, whatever suits your fancy. Now I am taking some Dollar Tree little twine. I'm gonna unravel it and then cut it, and I'm just gonna wrap the twine around. There was some little markings from the Tostitos salsa with some numbers on it, so I wanted to kind of cover that up and also, you know, give it that little extra zhuzh that you guys know I love. So you just tie a cute little bow and you're set to go. And while I was zhuzhing, I did decide that I needed to probably do that with my candle as well, just to kind of make it cohesive. Oh, and I also painted the top of that salsa jar with some white spray paint. So it does have a lid if I decide to store something that needs a lid. It would even be fun to put some DIY chalk paint. Now here's how it would look if I was going to use the little brushes. Oh my goodness, how fun have you guys had crafting? I hope you guys got some little ideas for Mother's Day. And see, I'm even just kind of playing around with this. You can maybe even make like a little riser. I love to use those in my decor. Super easy. You guys don't have to run out to the store to buy candlesticks. You guys can just order them and have fun this way. As always, comment and let me know what's your favorite DIY in this video. For the first Dollar Tree hack, I wanted to share with you all that you can actually take a Dollar Tree pool noodle, put each end together, and then either using packing tape or duct tape, just tape the two ends together, and that's going to create a wreath form base. And these are super fun and great for the outdoors area. I'm now taking 3 Dollar Tree lays. These are just lays that you would use like a luau lay, and I'm going to begin to pull the flowers off. So all you have to do is take your scissors and cut one end of the lay, and then the little flowers will pull all the way off. I wanted to do this, and I actually ended up using 4. So I used a hot pink, a light pink, the white with the yellow, and then also a green. So I just disassembled the entire thing, and then I'm using my hot glue gun, and I'm going to add a line of hot glue and then just begin to take the florals from the lay and push them onto the wreath. So in our backyard, we have created kind of a little backyard. We call it our little backyard resort. I didn't know initially how long the quarantine lockdown was going to be, so I ordered a pool for my kiddos, and we've really had a lot of fun as a family using it and just making our backyard into a fun space to be that's entertaining for the summer and also safe. So I thought this would be perfect. We're doing kind of like just a little bit of a backyard. I wouldn't really say luau, but just making it fun, like if you would go to a fun little family resort. So we want to make it feel fun and family resort. Anyway, long story short, I thought this wreath would be just so perfect, and so I'm just continuing to add in the florals. Now the hot glue does melt the foam on the little round pool noodle, but that's okay. It kind of gives an indentation and it gives you somewhere to stick the florals. Be careful when you're doing this. You may want to wear the little finger protective covers because there is a lot of gluing involved, but it is well worth it. And for the couple of dollars you're going to spend, you're going to get a really unique wreath and so fun and fabulous. And I've actually never made one of these before, so I was excited. Now, I originally was just going to use one layer of florals, but I decided I really wanted to cover more of the pool noodle to make it look like really florally and like something you would see at a resort. So I ended up adding a layer all the way on the inside of the wreath and also on the outside of the wreath. And here is what your beautiful floral luau wreath is going to look like. And again, I did add another layer on the outside. So for the next Dollar Tree DIY, I want to make a beautiful bow. And some of you all had asked for me to share how to use the Easy Bow Maker. I'm just using this Dollar Tree Easter ribbon. And what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to take your pipe cleaner and lay that first. So that these 2 little prongs that your ribbon goes into. And you want to add 1 prong or 1 layer of ribbon, and then I'm making this 5 inches on each side. So the great thing about the Easy Bow Maker is that it is already measured out for you. So you can see here I'm just using the 5 inches, so you can really gauge the length of your ribbon. Now I make the Olivia bow myself, so I'm going to link my huge bow making tutorial where you don't have to use a tool to make a bow, but because you all have been requesting for me to share with you how to use this, I thought we could go ahead and do it in this video. This is wired ribbon, and this wired ribbon is from Dollar Tree. So now I'm just adding my second layer, and I did it about 1 inch shorter than my first layer. This Easy Bow Maker actually is really easy. These little 2 prongs, there's 2 sticks, and they kind of act like as your hand. So I'm just layering it back and forth, and I will leave an Easy Bow Maker linked in my Amazon store. I think they're about $20 something, maybe closer to 30 actually. I cannot completely remember, but a fun idea, especially if you have problems with your hands and you can't hold the bow very well, or you just need that extra help. This might be a great tool or option for you guys. So I just continued to layer my ribbon in, and I used 4 different loops here, and each loop I made just about 1 inch shorter. So now I've gotten to the end of my tails, and I'm just going to cut a tail here, and then you can go ahead and take the pipe cleaner, wrap it around your bow. That's what's going to secure your bow, and then you can just give it a little bit of a tug here, and then you can slide it off the Easy Bow Maker. Now this is how I made the bow. If you guys need more instruction or you want to use multiple ribbons, you may want to watch another subsequent video in a different creator to find out more details about this. But I'm just a mama who loves bows, so give me some grace here that I have not used this tool very often, so I want to get a little bit better with it. Again, I do make my bows with my hand using a very easy method. I'll link that bow recipe down below. Okay, so now that we have our bow finished, I'm just going to give it a good fluffing, and that's really the secret to your bow, is give it a really nice good fluffing. That's going to make it all nice and fluffy and pretty and gorgeous. Now I'm going to take my scissors and I'm going to cut an upward triangle. I call it dovetailing my ends, and that's going to give it that really pretty boutique finish that when you see those pretty bows online or in boutique stores, that's going to give it that really pretty finish. So now I'm just taking a pipe cleaner and I'm adding it to the top of my little beautiful luau wreath here, and I think that this is so adorable, you guys. I was so excited to try this. Originally I was just going to wrap the leis around them, but I'm really happy that I took the time to go ahead and piece them apart and re-glue them so they could kind of be layered in a little bit of, you know, this just floral effect, which just looks so dreamy and fun and beautiful. And then here's how it looks with my bow arranged at the top and all nice and fluffied out. Now I'm going to take it, and I have this little pink Easter door hanger. They had these at Dollar Tree during the Easter time, and I'm just going to pop it on to my back door. Now give me grace here, my back door needs a lot of work. I need to repaint it, but since I am doing a summer series for you all, I thought we could just do this all in stages. I didn't have to do it all in one day. So anyway, I just thought it looked so beautiful and gorgeous and perfect. So for the next Dollar Tree hack, I want to share with you guys, I'm going to take this Rust-Oleum metallic gold spray paint, and I'm actually going to take this little Dollar Tree beach ball and I want to spray paint it and make it look like one of those mirrored garden balls. At a garage sale or maybe on the side of the road thrift store, I had picked up one of those stands that you put like a garden mirrored ball on, and I've never bought one of the little garden mirrored balls that go on top of it. So I'm just spray painting this little beach ball. The toughest thing about this was getting the beach ball to stay steady, but once I had that done, I popped it right onto there and I thought it just looked so perfect. So for the next DIY, I'm going to share with you guys a fun little garden hack that I love to use. So many of you requested sharing with you how to create an outdoor garden bed with faux flowers. So my biggest tip here is to choose flowers or herbs that are all the same color, and that's going to give it a little bit more of a natural appearance. So for this one, I'm using these beautiful lavender picks. They're 99 cents at Walmart, and then I think the bigger bundle behind me a little bit further back is going to be about $3, and then just some greenery that I picked up at the thrift store. So these are all the same kind of lavender plant. The shade variety is a tiny bit different, and then I'm just taking this garden tree or Dollar Tree garden gate that I had painted white, and I'm going to pop it into the back of there, and here you have it, my fabulous herb garden that will never die on me all season long. And by popping in some of that greenery, it gives it a little bit more of a realistic appearance. So for the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take 2 Dollar Tree pool noodles, and I'm just going to cut them into these little round pieces. Now this is a fun little hack. You guys can create an outdoor pool garland with pool noodles, and this is so fun. It would be a really great decor piece for your kiddos' little outdoor pool, or for decorating for a birthday party, just to make it feel more festive. So I'm doing every other one, and I wanted to line them up as I went, and I am just taking some Dollar Tree twine, and I'm just going to go ahead and tie off the first piece. And so you're just going to tie it at the top, and you want to double knot it, and it will actually stay on there rather well with the twine, and you can actually arrange it pretty easily. So once I have this first one done, I'm just going to continue to run the twine through each piece and double knot it at the top. So once you have all of your little cute little loops in, you can attach it to any little pool space. Again, here's our little pool that we have in our backyard. It just fit on here perfectly and just made everything feel festive and fun, and it added a nice little pop of color. So for the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take 2 of these Dollar Tree garden planters. They were originally aqua, but I painted them white, and I'm just adding in some stones to the base of them. I want to create a really pretty little potted fern. They sell these on the Pottery Barn website for a lot of money, and I wanted to use what I already had on hand, so I'm just reusing some of these floral foam pieces, and then I'm going to take some fern pieces. I believe the larger ones are from Walmart. They're $3 for a bundle, and then the smaller ones are actually from Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree does carry ferns. So I'm just going to pop these fern pieces into the little styrofoam pieces here, and also to make your ferns look a little bit more realistic, you can kind of take them and curl the fronds out. That helps them look like they have that kind of hanging over, you know, look. But this was just going to be perfect because I needed something to set on either side of my porch here. And again, my porch does need some love. We actually really need to power wash it and scrub it down, repaint it, fix some of the places that are not doing good on it and all that good stuff. But we are going to grow some fake ferns out here in the back. Now I do have real ferns in the front. In fact, I'm going to link my front porch video where I showed you guys planting real plants and putting out real ferns. But for this backyard space, I really want it to be low maintenance. Now I'm also adding in some just ground cover. It was some mulch that I had used over there to the side just to kind of give it a little bit more of a realistic appearance. You could also fill it with more stones if you have a windy area, you don't want it to blow away. But here we have it for a couple of bucks. You guys can have a gorgeous, beautiful fern that will never die on you. I think a couple of ferns in my front are fine, but that's as much maintenance as I want to do. So for the next DIY, I'm actually going to take this beautiful greenery that I had picked up at Michael's in the springtime season, and I'm going to add it to my little picket fence here in the backyard, just to kind of make it look like it has kind of an English ivy English garden appearance. Now I also took one of those Dollar Tree coastal signs, I dolled it up with one of my Olivia bows, and I'm popping it on here. And now I'm taking some of that Dollar Tree nautical rope. I am so in love with their nautical rope this year. It's beautiful and so soft to work with. I'm just draping that over, and then I'm taking some of the Dollar Tree seashells and I'm just attaching that to the seashell. Again, I wanted to have this really pretty kind of beach vibe with an English flair. I know that's probably not a thing at all, but maybe it's a thing in my backyard. Now for the next DIY, I'm just going to take some seasonal florals, and these are just some florals that I had left over from some other projects, and these are just those tulips. I found them at Michael's, but you can actually find tulips at Dollar Tree. And again, this is some of my fake faux gardening. I love this in the backyard because it's super low maintenance. I'm not always back here fussing over flowers, especially when I get busy, especially when it gets blazing hot here during the summer and I want something low maintenance. So to make it appear more real, I clustered all of the pink tulips in the center, and then I'm putting some purple lilacs around it, like something you would maybe kind of see at Lowe's with lots of bright colors. And it will fade by the end of the summer and I may have to toss these, but for now I think they're looking gorgeous. Now here's the little garden path we've been working on. I found these squares at Walmart, and we just made a garden path from our house to the pool because it was a bit muddy and rocky, and then we just mulched around it, and then Mr. Romantic put the landscaping stuff underneath it so the weeds don't go through. And then here is our glorious backyard resort, so fun and fabulous. And then I have to share with you guys the sky. So right as I was wrapping up this video, the sky was really overcast. It was beginning to storm, but here is some of my front porch gardening. So you guys don't think I'm a total faker with my plants, but you guys have requested seeing how I can integrate some of the fake gardening, because I know everybody doesn't have the ability to garden and keep up with plants and even the money. You know, it's fun to just buy a couple of inexpensive faux flowers here and there to fill out your garden, especially if you're not able or maybe your weather does not permit it. So I'm actually taking my petunias and sheltering them so they don't blow away in the storm. As always, comment and let me know what was your favorite DIY in this video and which one will you be recreating. I love to hear what inspiration and styles you are up to and what you guys have going on. I found this garden planter on the Mackenzie Childs website for $88 and I just knew that we could duplicate it using Dollar Tree supplies. So for the first Dollar Tree DIY, I'm just taking this garden planter. This is a garden planter that I found at Dollar Tree and I spray painted it white with some matte spray paint. And then I'm just taking this painter's tape and I'm going to begin using the painter's tape to add stripes down the planter. I'm also using a piece of tape to try to space my stripes evenly. And I will tell you that this project is a little bit tedious, but please give yourself some grace. It does not have to be perfect. Mackenzie Childs items are hand painted, so just have fun with it, relax. So go ahead and continue to run that painter's tape down your garden planter until you get all the way around to the end. The next step is you're going to take your painter's tape and you're going to begin to run the painter's tape around the planter. Now, because the planter is curved, it's not going to be perfect, but do just kind of try to adjust it as you go and have fun with it. Now I'm using some black craft paint. This is the Arteza brand craft paint, and it is a pretty nice craft paint. They sell it online if you guys need some really nice acrylic paint. And I'm just going to go ahead and begin to dot inside of the little squares. I'm also using a Dollar Tree sponge brush. You could use any kind of paintbrush, whatever floats your boat, but begin to go ahead and color in your squares. Again, take a deep breath and have fun with this. It does not have to be perfect. Hand painted with all of the goodies, flaws, and all. Make it just that more wonderful. The other thing I want to tell you is to go ahead and give it a good heavy coating. Otherwise, you may want to go in and do a second coat, but this craft paint was pretty good, so I ended up only having to use one coat. And then once you're finished with that, you can go ahead and begin to remove your tape. Now, as you can see, I had the tape pull away from my white spot in a couple of places, but I do have some white touch-up paint, which is a good idea for this project. Now I'm going to go ahead and use a paintbrush, and I'm going to start to color in the squares in between the lines. So you're just going to paint squares in between your little lines. Now, this is a little bit less than perfect also because the planter that I chose has a basket weave, so it's actually a bumpy surface. Note to self, try to choose a surface that's a little bit more smooth unless you're okay with it, which I'm okay with some imperfections. But if you're OCD, which I'm a little OCD sometimes, you may again need to take a deep breath and just have fun with it, but continue to work all the way around. And remember, you can use some white paint to touch up any spots that you may get imperfections in. So now I'm just going in with some of that white paint and touching it up. Now I have this beautiful gold paint, and I'm going to rim the bottom of my project with some gold paint. So if you look at the Mackenzie Childs items, they usually have gold paint a little bit at the top or the bottom, and that just finishes it up and gives it a little bit more of a regal look. And then I'm also kind of running the gold paint down the front of the planter, again to give it that beautiful Mackenzie Childs-esque feel. So I popped my pretty fern into my beautiful planter, totally on a budget, and this fern is just from, I believe, the grocery store, and I've actually kept it alive, believe it or not. So pretty and oh so fabulous on a budget. So for the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take 2 sets of the Dollar Tree cookie sheets and some of this Waverly white chalk paint. You'll also need some scissors, a piece of paper, and a Sharpie marker or some type of pen or marker that you can trace out a petal. What I want to do is make a really pretty shabby chic kind of 10 looking flower. So I'm going to go ahead and take and cut the petal out to give myself a template. Now I'm going to line this up on my cookie sheet and just begin to trace out the template. I originally saw this idea on the Shabby Tree Facebook page. She has the most adorable stuff. You'll have to check her out. And I'm going to go ahead now and cut the little petals out. So I ended up using 3 of the Dollar Tree cookie sheets, and I was able to get 3 petals per cookie sheet. But you guys could customize this to suit whatever size that you wanted to do, and these would be really fun to do like a collage of them. I'm making this for my studio, so I really just needed one, but I'm going to go ahead and continue to trace these out and cut them out. The next thing I want to do is take this Chicken of the Sea can and I'm going to trace out a center for my flower. I thought this was going to be big enough, but then I realized I really wanted a little bit bigger of a center to attach my petals to, which was just fine. I decided to go ahead and take this ribbon roll and trace another center part. Just have fun and play with it. You guys could also use a bowl for this, and just go ahead and cut this out with your scissors, and that's going to create your centerpiece that you're going to glue all your pretty petals to. Now I'm going to use the 2X Rust-Oleum spray paint in a matte ultra white, and I'm just going to give them a nice coating. I did this outside, and I probably maybe should have taped these down because they kept kind of flopping off. It was raining off and on, so I had to run out and find time in between the rain showers, and I did get a couple of petals even that got a tiny bit of water on them. I thought it was done raining, but I think that the trees overhead may have got me. So anyway, now I'm just taking my hot glue gun, and I'm going to go ahead and add some hot glue and begin to glue each petal on. Now, I've had a lot of questions about my pink glue gun. I love it. I have it linked in my Amazon store. What I love about it, it's drip free. You guys, it saves so much glue. So definitely if you need a new glue gun, check it out. I think it was about $18 to $20. So now I'm just going to go ahead and take the end of that ribbon roll, and I'm going to reinforce the center piece of my little flower here. So you can see that this is the back side of my flower, which is where the marker parts are. And so I'm just using the cardboard to reinforce it. The foil was a little bit flimsy, so you guys could use a pizza box or whatever cardboard cereal box you may have laying around to reinforce the back part of it. Or you could just go as is. Now I decided it needed a little bit of dimension just to kind of bring it to life. So I'm taking some of this Waverly wax, and you could use really any color that you wanted to, but again, I wanted this to appear kind of rustic and shabby chic. But I'm just going to go ahead and take the Waverly wax and begin to run it along my little sunflower here. And this is super easy. If you get too much wax, it easily rubs right off, and a little bit goes a long way with the wax. And all you have to do is just take an old cloth or a towel to apply it. And now I decided to go back in with a little bit more chalk paint to give it some dimension. The spray paint was okay, but just one coat didn't seem to give it as nice of a coverage as I was hoping for. And now I'm using that little center part that I had messed up on. I decided to put that in the centerpiece to also give it some dimension and you guys could really have fun with this. I'm probably going to go back in even and create some more petals for this. Now I'm going in again with some more of the wax and then overlaying that with chalk paint. It's really a nice thing to do to give it more of a vintage feel and to also make it look just a little bit more high end, to add lots and lots of pretty colors, or as you can see, just dimensional colors, I guess is what I meant to say. But you guys could really get crazy with this and make beautiful, beautiful colors. These would be great to decorate a little girl's room or your garden shed or your she shed, or if you're like me, your crafting area, or you could put these in your living room. You could really spend some time on them and make them look really beautiful. Any little spot that you need a beautiful bright touch of a sunflower. And here it is, popped into my little crafting studio. I think it is oh so fabulous and very rustic chic. For the next DIY, I want to make a French farmhouse Olivia bow. So I'm just going to start and I'm going to measure my first ribbon, which is this burlap ribbon. All my ribbon is wired, and I'm going to measure it 16 inches long, and then I'm going to loop the ribbon over on itself 4 times. You want to have 4 ribbon loops. I hope that makes sense. And then once you get your 4 ribbon loops, you can just pull it out and leave a little tail, and then you're going to find your center and you want to fold it over in the center, and then you want to take some really nice sharp scissors and cut a tiny notch in each side of your ribbon. The notch is going to help the pipe cleaner grip onto your bow, and you can pull out the loops and make it a little bit more boutique fabulous. You can set your ribbon aside, or if you're making a big bow like I am, you can go ahead and grab your pipe cleaner and twist that on, but don't twist too much because you do want to be able to add more layers. So I'm going to add multiple layers to this bow, and my idea for this bow was to make kind of an all-season bow, so something that doesn't have really any specific colors to it. Now the next layer of this bow, I'm going to measure out to be 14 inches, and I'm going to use this buffalo check plaid ribbon. You can get a big 50-foot roll on Amazon or Hobby Lobby, or really any of your craft stores will carry some sort of buffalo check plaid ribbon. Now I bought this ribbon during quarantine and I could only find it on Amazon, so I think I paid about 20 bucks for it, which is a little bit too much. The best time to get it really is when Hobby Lobby puts out their Christmas decor. You can get it in their Christmas section and then use your 50% off coupon. That's just a little hit and tip. But again, you're going to go ahead and loop the ribbon over on itself 4 times. So you want 2 loops on each side. And then you're going to find your center again and go ahead and trim that tail off. Fold your center right here, find it in the center, grab your scissors and just cut a little notch. So you're going to continue adding more ribbon, and you're just going to do the same process. You're going to loop it over on itself 4 times, and you're going to do each one 2 inches apart. So your largest bow is going to be 16, and then you go down to 14, and then 12, and then 10, and then 8, and then 6, and however small you want to get. I think I did 5 ribbons on this one, and it doesn't have to be perfect, you guys. Sometimes I'll just eyeball it, but I have been trying to measure it to give you guys a little bit better of a tutorial. So for this next section, I'm using the burlap colored ribbon. Again, this is about 12 inches long, and you're going to loop it over on itself 4 times. Find that center, notch it in the center. Now just tiny notches because you don't want your bow to fall apart on you. And then you're going to add that to your next section. And then for the next ribbon I chose was a black and white striped ribbon. This one I also got off Amazon. Again, I would probably though look on Hobby Lobby now. You can get ribbon off Hobby Lobby and they'll ship it to you. So I've actually been kind of looking at that for buying my ribbon. We don't have a Hobby Lobby in our town, but if you spend $50 or more, you can get free shipping. So I'm kind of adding some little things to my cart, things that I might be able to use for an all season idea. I am trying to come up with some ideas for you guys that are kind of more of an all season. So this is one of them, kind of an all season bow with lots of neutral colors. Now go ahead and notch that ribbon. This was 10 inches long again, and then you just loop it over on itself 4 times. So continue to have fun with it, layer those ribbons, and always give yourself grace. Last but not least, I'm using this Harlequin ribbon, and again, I do believe that they have this at Hobby Lobby. This was the smallest of the ribbon, so it was about 6 to 8 inches here, and I'm just looping it over on itself, trimming it off, and then finding that center and notching the center. And once you have everything done, you can go ahead and add them all together. And then my favorite part of all is the fluffy. Now, I love big bows, and I cannot lie. Comment and let me know if you are here with me and you're here for it. I love doing tons and tons of layers. I think that's what gives something that really pretty boutique finish, but you guys do what feels comfortable for you and what you have in your budget for ribbon and whatnot. But I think that adding really big bows, in my opinion, this is what I love, gives it that really beautiful high-end feel, and it also is a great filler for flowers. A lot of times flowers can be really expensive, but adding a really huge bow can take up a whole section of a wreath. So just keep that in mind. So now you're just going to continue to fluffy up your bow really well, and you want to continue to pull those loops out. You can see I'm pulling and twisting and arranging, and just keep playing with it until you get it to where your eye really loves it. Now that my bow is all finished, I'm going to add it to this grapevine wreath base. I believe it's a 14 to 16 inch base that I found at Walmart. I have reused this base forever, so it even has a little bit of hot glue on it, but I'm just using a pipe cleaner to attach my pretty bow with. Now I'm taking this garland from Michael's, and I'm going to cut the garland up because I need some greenery, and I don't have any greenery, and I don't want to run out and spend money when I already do have some garland here. So I'm just adding hot glue to the end of the garland pick here. Now use whatever greenery you have on hand, but I want to add the base of this as my greenery. Again, I want this to be more kind of an all-season wreath, something that I can pop out whenever I'm between seasons and I don't want, any wild colors going on. So I'm adding a dab of hot glue and continuing to work with the greenery. The next thing I want to do is add in this pretty little frame with this rooster picture. These are both from Dollar Tree. It's actually one of those skull Halloween frames that I had painted white, and I decided to go ahead and add a little bit more greenery over here to the top. I think a fun way to frame out a smaller sign is to add a frame back behind it. Make sure it's really lightweight, which that little white frame is. Now I'm continuing to clip off my greenery and add more greenery. And you guys asked to see the entire process, which I guess sometimes I think I make really weird faces and just odd things I feel happen sometimes when I'm making a wreath. And so a lot of times I'll cut some of that out, but here it is in all its full glory, me with my weird faces making wreaths. So I'm just continuing to trim off the greenery pieces and add them, and I'm kind of staggering them. So I'll add one to the base and then one to the top, and then take a step back to see how everything looks. Now I'm taking that lightweight Dollar Tree frame and I'm running a pipe cleaner through the base of it and then up in and around the wreath. Again, this step is probably optional and you really couldn't see it a whole lot once I actually had everything on there, but it did peek out. And a lot of times when you're doing wreaths, those layers of dimension are really what makes the eye just have a lot to look at. And you guys know I really love over the top designs. So now I'm adding that cute little Dollar Tree rooster picture frame. I picked this up last year sometime. It was kind of a rare find, I feel, but always keep your eyes on the Dollar Tree little pictures. Now I made a smaller little loopy bow and I'm going to add that to the base of this. This is really how I love to design my wreaths, and then give it a good bit of a fluffing. Now I found some lamb's ear and I decided to layer that in as well. The one thing that I will tell you guys is I really wanted to keep this neutral, so I used different dimensions of greenery. So the lamb's ear was more of a mint green color, and the other greenery kind of trailed and had long stems to it. So that kind of helped things out, and you guys can probably see me disappearing from the frame in just a sec here. It's because I kind of have everything strewn about. So sometimes when I'm working, it's definitely not perfect. Now here's another little trick to fill out a space. I didn't have as much greenery as I wanted to make it really full, so I'm just taking some of these ribbons and looping them over on themselves, and then I'm just going to take a pipe cleaner and add those into the top. Again, that's just a fun little trick to also bring in some of the layers of texture and ribbons to your wreath. And here it is, the finished product in all of its glory. I hope you all enjoyed the process and all my funny faces that I make when I'm making wreaths. And I also hope that you all are inspired to gather some materials that you might have about and make a beautiful all-season wreath or wreath that you have been wanting to make. Be brave, you guys, go for it, have fun with it, give yourself grace. And if you're nervous about using color, do something like this where you're just using a lot of greenery and some black and whites and some neutrals. So I really love this one, and I'm excited to find a spot for this in my home, but I also just might really enjoy this in my studio. So comment and let me know what you all think about this, and always I ask you all comment and let me know what is your favorite DIY in this video and which one will you be recreating. I love to hear what you guys are up to, and thank you so much for everybody that's posting photos of their home decor and their DIY projects in my Livy's Romantic Home Facebook group page, and everybody that's tagging me on Instagram. You all are so inspiring, and I'm just so proud of everybody's hard work. Keep up the good work crafting and decorating. I'm so excited for all your creativity, and thank you all for being here. I love you so much. For the first Dollar Tree DIY, I want to take these USA Dollar Tree signs and some Waverly wax. It's in the antique wax color, and I'm just using this Dollar Tree sponge brush, and I'm going to gently apply wax all over the entire sign. And this is going to make this super adorable Dollar Tree sign just appear very vintage and aged. I noticed when I went to the craft stores the other day that the Americana patriotic decor had this really cool kind of patina to it, and so I actually really love these Dollar Tree large tag signs, but I wanted to just make them appear more aged and have that really cool vintage Americana vibe. Here is the final look. I popped them onto the shelf that's in my dining room, mixed in with my Mackenzie Childs teapot, and I think they look fabulous. Again, I think they're super adorable, but adding that wax just gives them a little bit more vintage flair and it makes them appear more aged. For this Dollar Tree DIY, I want to create a fresh farmhouse Americana rooster wreath. So I'm taking this Dollar Tree burner cover. It's in the larger size, and I just used a craft knife to cut a little tiny hole in the base, and then I'm using this bamboo wreath from Dollar Tree, and then I also used my craft knife and I cut a little hole in the top. I'm using some pipe cleaners. You could also use zip ties or wire, but I want to wire the burner cover on to the wreath. So instead of using a sign, I thought using this adorable burner cover would be perfect. Now I'm going to use my Easy Bow Maker, and this is literally such an easy way to make a bow. And I just popped a piece of wire pipe cleaner onto the Easy Bow Maker, and I'm starting out with this buffalo check plaid ribbon. I'm going to measure it 5 inches for the first loop and continue to measure 5 inches on the additional loops. So you just slide it into your bow maker. There's these 2 little prongs and they hold it together, which is super amazing if you all are like me and you have neuropathy. Now, I also make a really great Olivia bow where you don't even have to have any tools required. I'm going to link that video down below for you. Don't forget to dovetail your ends to give them that beautiful boutique finish. And then I'm going to add this Dollar Tree chevron ribbon. I want to mix in the red and the burlap to match the little rooster and the barn. Again, I'm measuring 5 inches on either side, and the bow maker, what I love about this is it makes a great bow so easy because it already has those measurements measured out. So then I just slide it back and forth across, dovetail those ends, and I'm good to go for my next layer of ribbons. And I'm going to continue to do this exact same process with multiple different ribbons to really give this bow that boutique finish. Don't forget to dovetail your ends again. And then here's some more Dollar Tree ribbon. This is the burlap ribbon with the little white lace. Again, take those ends, fold them into a triangle, cut in an upwards direction, and that's going to give you a boutique finish. Again, I'm measuring 5 inches across for each loop, so you just slide your ribbon on either side of the loop, and this little center prong holds it together so great. Don't forget it to give that boutique finish, and you're going to be on to your next ribbon. I did decide to go ahead and go in with another layer of the chevron. Again, I really wanted to pull some of those reds from my rooster and the little red barn. The last ribbon that I added was this Harlequin ribbon, just to give it a hint of Mackenzie Childs, and I did do this one a bit smaller. I went ahead and pulled my bow off. You can also tie your pipe cleaner on as you pull it before you pull it off, but I just chose to do it at the end, and so I'm tying it on, and then I'm just going to go ahead and add it to my little wreath. Now, it's going to look kind of crazy until we get all the florals and the additional bows, but the secret to my bows is to give those bows a good fluffing. You guys really pull all those loops out. Now I'm going to take some greenery and just pop some greenery into either side of the bow. I really like to start with layers of greenery and then add in florals because your greenery is going to give your wreath some base. Now, all of these florals are actually from Dollar Tree, so I'm taking some Dollar Tree sunflowers and I am adding hot glue to the tips of a lot of these florals, or I'm finding a spot in the wicker wreath to kind of pop them in. I'm using white hydrangeas from Dollar Tree as well as some little red poofy flowers, and then just adding in more layers of greenery to give it that really beautiful dimension. The second step to making my boutique wreaths is adding in another layer of ribbons. So I created a second bow that's exactly like the first bow, and I'm putting that to the bottom of the wreath. I love this trick. It really pulls that wreath out. It's going to make it appear larger, even though my wreath base is actually fairly small. Give it a good fluffing and then continue to add in more and more layers of ribbons and your sunflowers and more florals until you get to the point where you feel like you're finished. If you guys know me though, I go totally over the top and add in tons and tons of goodies. Here is what your Americana rooster wreath is going to look like. I also popped in that little farm fresh sign that was also from Dollar Tree, as well as the majority of these supplies, except for a couple of the ribbons and that greenery. But you can find more ribbons and greenery at Dollar Tree or your local craft store to really jazz things up. And I am crushing on this. I think this is going to be an all-season type of wreath and excellently great for the late summer times. For the next Dollar Tree DIY, I decided to take one of these Dollar Tree tall candles and some Dollar Tree poster board letters. They're already sticky, so all you have to do is peel them off, and we're going to create a USA candle. So this is such an easy craft, and to be honest with you, with my 4th of July decor, I really usually like to do things that are fairly simple. It's smack dab in the middle of summer. I have a lot of activities going on, so you know I love to decorate, but some of these decor pieces need to be simple. So here it is for you. I ran out of my A's, so I just use a V turned upside down. That's a little trick with some of your letters. And then I just cut a little extra strip here to complete it using the A. Now, of course, I had to go a little over the top. You could totally leave it like this, but I decided to take one of these Dollar Tree bows and add it to the base of it just to jazz it up and give it that little bit of extra sparkle and shine. With my hot glue and hot glue gun, I just added some glue to the back of the bow, and the pieces that I trimmed off, I decided to pop in and go in an upwards direction. Now, as I was editing this, I realized it'd be really cute. You could make a little ring of florals around this to make kind of a centerpiece and elevate it on top of a book or a mantle or whatnot. I popped it in to my little dining room decor with those USA signs in the back, and then I want to add a couple of little things maybe to either side of this. I think it is so fun and festive, and it was literally took me about 5 minutes to put together, which I absolutely love for a summertime decor craft. For the next Dollar Tree DIY, I want to create a super adorable 4th of July festive hat. So I'm taking this hat from Dollar Tree and this oversized bow from Dollar Tree. I'm going to layer on another bow, and this is going to be a totally Dollar Tree craft. So super fun. Oh, whoops, except for this greenery. So I'm popping in some greenery on either side of the hat. Now the greenery did come from Michael's. It was in a garland, and I love to cut it apart, so it gives me so much to work with. That's another little tip I have for you guys to get more bang for your buck. I decided also to add in some of these Dollar Tree roses to really fluff it out, and this would be super fun to do in place of a wreath on your front door or whatnot. The sky is the limit. Get creative and have so much fun with this. So I continue to add florals to either side. I'm adding in these beautiful white hydrangeas, some blue hydrangeas, and some more of those pretty florals. here's what the finished product looks like, and oh my goodness, I'm over the moon in love with this. I may even end up popping this out into my front yard bike, but it was way too hot today for me to go outside and do any decorating. For the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take this Americana Dollar Tree sign. I think it's an adorable sign, but I'm going to take my Waverly wax in the antique color and my little Dollar Tree sponge brush, and I'm just going to give it a good antiquing. It's really going to give it that Americana vintage vibe that I'm going for with this display, and I just think it makes it look a little bit more chic and vintage. So you just continue to apply the wax over the entire project. Now I'm overlaying it onto this wreath form, and I was lucky to find one of these large bows at Dollar Tree. It was actually the last one. And a little tip with these bows is to give them a good fluffing. Those little loops need to be fluffed out some. Now I'm taking some greenery and I'm popping some greenery onto either side of the wreath form, and I do go back in later and wire it all down. I'm also adding in one of those cute little burlap bows, and I'm taking bundles from Dollar Tree. They have these bundles of red, white, and blue roses that are perfect for 4th of July Americana decor, patriotic, and I'm adding them to either side. I didn't even clip them off their stems. They were just perfect just as they are, which I love. And then I added this little burlap Americana bow into the center, and we are getting so festive. I'm adding some American flags to either side. Dollar Tree carries them 3 to a pack for $1, which is super great. They're so great and versatile to pop into vases or wreaths, and it's going to give you that USA Americana patriotic vibe on the cheap for sure. So here is how it turned out. I am going to leave this one inside because I just loved it so much. It's so festive and happy and really helps me celebrate the 4th of July and the Americana theme. Now I may move it around. I'm not for sure how I'm going to decorate yet my entire house for 4th of July, or if I'm just going to add in pops here and there, but super fun and fabulous. And don't forget to wire everything down if you are going to be using this type of display piece outside. For the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take 2 of these stars garlands, and so they come 3 to a garland, and then I'm just going to take some of my Waverly wax in the antique color and this Dollar Tree sponge brush, and I'm just going to begin to gently sponge brush the wax in and around the tips of the star. So I want to leave a little bit of the sparkle and shine on the star. I think it's really super cute, but I did want to antique it and give it a little bit more of an aged look. And I'm going to go ahead and do that to all of the stars in this garland. Again, I really want it to appear a little bit more antiqued and festive, and I even thought about adding some bows, which I may go back in and do later, but I just knew that this garland would be perfect for my little dining room shelf for it to hang down. I even also might do one for my mantle if I decide to go Americana for my mantle. So here is what it looks like with that little bit of aged and distress. And I may even go back in with some white paint and give it even some more dimension. Now that I'm looking at it while I'm editing it and talking to you guys, I think that would be really cute to take some chalk paint and chalk paint in between and just really give it a ton of dimension. But so maybe some of these are a little bit of a work in progress. Comment and let me know if you guys are a work in progress and your crafts are as well. I feel like that's just a constant theme in my life and with my crafting projects. So here is what my finished garland looks like. I just hot glued those little 2 burlap pieces together, and I am loving this. It is so festive, over the top. Again, I may move some pieces around. It's a little bit bold for my dining room on its own. And then there's the little Farm Fresh Americana wreath over there. I am so excited to have some new pieces to decorate with. My mind just always starts going crazy with ideas. And so as always, comment and let me know, what was your favorite favorite craft in this video, and which one will you be recreating? I love to know what you guys are up to. And
so if you guys have made it this far in this video, I'm going to share with you guys my pop-up giveaway. So it's going to be a $50 Amazon gift card, and to enter to win the pop-up giveaway, I need for you guys to comment down below and tell me how you have decorated your home this summer. Give me your favorite decorating style. Comment down below, subscribe to my YouTube channel, and that will enter you in the pop-up giveaway. Now the winner is going to be announced June 25th. That's going to be on next Thursday's video, so you guys definitely stay tuned for that. And let's go ahead and jump back into all these fun DIY projects.
For the first Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take this Dollar Tree platter that I had originally painted white. Now these platters come silver, and I had hot glued some styrofoam to it, so I'm going to take my paint scraper and just scrape it right off. This is a great little trick in case you guys are trying to repurpose and reuse any of your goodies that you've had hot glue on. Just get a paint scraper and a little bit of patience and you'll be good to go. For the next step, I'm going to take a paintbrush and I'm just going to paint some Mod Podge onto the base of this platter. I also have some Mackenzie Childs napkins. I ordered these off of Amazon and they're absolutely beautiful, and they are going to be so fabulous to create some high-end designer Mackenzie Childs dupes, and that's what we're going to do with this platter. I want to create a high-end Mackenzie Childs platter using items from the Dollar Tree and my cute little napkins. So get a really good generous layer of Mod Podge, and then you can just lay your napkin down on top of the Mod Podge. Now I will tell you that it did bubble just a little bit, but for me, I just thought it still was absolutely perfect. And I'm going to go ahead and take and trim off the outer layer of the napkin, the excess part that I don't need, and then set that aside because I may use it to create some Christmas ornaments down the road. So after you've added your napkin, you can let it dry for just a little bit, and then you'll want to put a layer over that of Mod Podge, and that's going to seal your tray. And you can set a pretty candle on it or some roses or whatever suits your fancy, but just give it a nice good layer of Mod Podge. Now be careful, the napkin is really thin, so there were a couple of little spots where the napkin kind of pulled away, if you guys can see in the corner, but I was still really excited to try this, and I know I'll get better at this as I practice. So give yourself some grace if you're attempting a napkin Mod Podge creation. So also think about, if you don't like the Mackenzie Childs, use whatever beautiful napkins that you all have on hand. Maybe they're roses, or you could create something for a friend's bridal shower or baby shower, or even a beautiful Mother's Day tray. All you need is this cute little $1 platter. You can chalk paint it like I did originally, or you can just start with it being silver. The sky is the limit. Use your creativity and have fun with it, you guys. Now the next step to finishing off this platter is giving it a beautiful gold edging. I have this pretty gold paint from Arteza Paints. They were so generous to send me some crafting paint quite some time ago, and it has lasted quite a while. But you could also just use the apple barrel craft paint in a gold color. You can pick that up at Walmart or any of your craft stores. You can even look online, but just add a pretty little gold edge if you're doing the Mackenzie Childs dupe. I noticed that they always do kind of a gold edge, or you could get creative and do pink or whatever suits your fancy. Again, you guys just get super creative and have fun with it. I don't know what it is right now about the black and white check that is just so cute. I feel like it's maybe just kind of the buffalo check, but with a spin on it. And this pattern in particular is one of the older Mackenzie Childs patterns. If you've followed any of their art for a while, the older pattern had more of the gold flecks through it. So I just added it in to this pretty little setting here with a beautiful little a rose in it. These are actually roses from my garden. I just thought that would be so pretty and just a nice way to make it pop against the black and white. For the next DIY, this is going to be kind of a thrift store makeover. So we are going to take some strips of fabric that I cut. I just cut long strips of fabric. They're probably about 36 inches long, but you guys cut whatever scrap fabric that you have. And then I'm taking this thrift store lace and I'm just taking a clipboard and I'm wrapping it around the clipboard. So what I want to share with you guys is I'm creating a huge, large, oversized tassel. And one of you guys gave me the idea to add a rag wreath to my armoire. I thought I would start out with a tassel because it's a little less labor intensive and I thought it would be cute on my haul tree. So I'm just adding in scraps of lace. These are so fun and fabulous, but you're going to want to go with your long strip of fabric and then add in a strip of lace and then a strip of fabric, and you just wind it around your clipboard. If you don't have a clipboard, just cut a piece of cardboard this size. This doesn't have to be fancy. And originally I had actually wanted to do this tassel with yarn, but I don't have any yarn on hand, so I'm using what I have. So you guys get whatever pretty fabrics that you have been stashing back and make yourself a beautiful tassel. Just continue to wind and wind, and the more fabric you add, the fuller your tassel will be. So once I felt like I had enough fabric, I decided to just go ahead and get some of that Dollar Tree jute twine. You're going to find it in the automotive section at Dollar Tree, and you can just pull your fabric loop off. Now I'm going to take the jute twine and I cut kind of a longer piece, and then I'm just going to cinch it right here at the top, and then I'm going to tie that off. There's a couple of different ways you guys can do this, but I thought this would be a fun little easy way. So you just tie it at the top, and then you can take that extra bit of jute twine and just begin to wrap it around the tassel to kind of create like a little knot at the top. You're also going to want to take your scissors and trim your little loops down, and that will be what creates your tassel. And then once you have that done, you can also line those up and give it a nice little tassel haircut. Now, the next thing you're going to want to do is go to your jewel stash. I get all of my jewels off of totallydazzled.com. I'll leave a link for you guys. They're only about $1.50 each, and they're so pretty. And they come on a brooch pin. So all I had to do was just pin this directly onto my tassel. If you guys have an Etsy store, a little craft shop, these would be so fun to put in your craft shop, and they would be great to customize to whatever fabric that you love. Now, I'm going to take a little bag and an extra blanket. Now, this is a great idea for storage. So I've got my little beach bag. I'm not going to the beach anytime soon, so I'm just going to pop this blanket in here to kind of puff it out, and it works as a great storage tool. The next thing I want to do is add some pretty flowers to this. I have some lavender. Since this is a French farmhouse set of DIYs, I thought this would be beautiful to add lavender to my little basket as if I was out picking fresh fresh lavender, and I actually did grow some lavender last year in my garden. I'll have to see if I'm going to pick some up this year. I just haven't decided what I want to plant, but for now I'm just using this faux lavender. You guys get it at Walmart. It's 99 cents. The longer stalk is $3, but it's really beautiful and it's a really nice size. So once I had that on there, I want to add my big beautiful tassel. I thought this would be so beautiful and perfect to give that kind of French farmhouse vibe with a little extra bling. It's going to give that little tiny bit of sparkle and shine, but it's going to give that French farmhouse vibe, which I absolutely love. So definitely let me know if you guys are going to be making a tassel of your own. Again, the sky is the limit on how you all want to customize this. So fun and fabulous and oh so perfect. Now, how adorable did that come out? I'm just crushing on this, and it was really easy. And again, I dug into my stash. Instead of running out and buying new supplies, I used everything that I already had on hand. For the next DIY, I'm going to take some painter's tape and I'm going to tape off the little cord on this lamp. Now, this is a lamp base that I found at the thrift store for $5, and I actually gave you guys a little teaser yesterday on the Facebook Live video that I did for you, and I asked you what color you wanted me to paint this lamp, and French gray won out. This is actually the color that I used also on my walls, and it was from Sherwin-Williams, and it wasn't exactly called French gray. I'll have to take a look at the can again, and I'll try to remember to let you guys know exactly what color this was, but it's so pretty, and it's what they call a grayish. So I'm just taking my paintbrush and I'm going to begin to paint this lamp base. Now, I thought this was going to be a super fast project, and to be honest with you, normally I probably would have ran out and just bought some spray paint, but this was definitely a labor of love. I ended up doing, I believe, about 2 coats. And when I'm talking about a grayish, the new hot color, I guess this year, is a combination between gray and beige for your wall colors. And so I chose this color, and the lady at the paint store said that the new hot color this year was grayish. So there you guys have it, but I think it's kind of like a French gray to me. Okay, so I did look at the paint can, and it is called Repose Gray by Sherwin-Williams, and this is what I used for my wall colors in my living room. And I definitely want to share with you guys how I went about repainting my walls. It was quite a project, and we actually started it at the beginning of the quarantine. So now you guys can see I'm having to go in to get into those little nooks and crannies with a smaller paintbrush. Again, this was quite a labor of love, but definitely well worth it in the end. Once both coats were dry, I went in with some sandpaper and began to gently distress it. I didn't want it super distressed, just a little bit on the edges. And now I'm using some of this Waverly Antique Wax. And you get this at Walmart in the craft section next to the Waverly chalk paint. And you just put a little bit onto a soft towel, and you can begin to just gently distress it or give it a little bit of a wax finish. And then I also went back over it with a little bit of sandpaper. If you get too much wax on, it's actually really forgiving. I think you guys would really enjoy this. You just take your towel and kind of wipe that back off. But you guys can see I'm really trying to distress where all of those little crevices are. And again, this was quite the labor of love, but again, so worth it in the end. And I just love this look. It's just that kind of classic, beautiful some French farmhouse vibe that I just absolutely love. And I think I'm really happy with the gray that you guys suggested. Gray is really hot right now, and I love that this gray does again have that warm undertone. But I'm just going over it again with a little bit more of that wax, and then you guys can see if I get too much, I just gently rub that off. And I really think it's giving it a nice soft effect. The other thing I decided to do to give it a little bit more of a vintage vibe was to go in with a tiny bit of that gold with my paintbrush. I just gently brushed that on, and that kind of gave it just a little bit of a pretty sheen and made it feel a little bit more vintage, which I really love. And because I did a little bit of gold on that tray, I thought that would be kind of the perfect accent to go along with this French country, French farmhouse theme. For the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take some Waverly white chalk paint, and this is actually more of an off-white, and I'm just dabbing off the paint after I get some of on my brush, and that's kind of what I call the dry brush technique. And I'm just going to take this Dollar Tree picture frame. I shared how to do this on my Facebook Live. I shared the first process, which was just to add a coat of paint to the entire frame. So to create this frame, I added 2 coats of paint, and then I began to gently distress it. And then after I distressed the frame, I went in with a little bit of the Waverly wax, that pretty antique wax, and I just gently rubbed that over the frame. And I also added in a little bit of gold touches, again, just to make it feel a little bit more of a French chic and give it that kind of pretty vintage vibe. So I am just so over the moon impressed with how these came out, because they really looked kind of a little bit too cheap in my opinion, because it was just a plasticky frame. So if you guys have a plastic frame that you want to make look a little bit more high end, try some wax and a little bit of chalk paint and some little gold touches, and that's really going to jazz things up quite a bit. Now for the next DIY, I'm going to take these plates that I found at Walmart on clearance. They were only 50 cents, and some Dollar Tree Mod Podge. And then again, I'm going to use some of my Mackenzie Childs napkins. I found these on Amazon. Super great deal because we are going to be able to do a lot of projects with these. So I just flipped my plate over, and also I want to let you know Dollar Tree carries these clear plates. But of course this was cheaper than Dollar Tree. So check Walmart for their clearance plates. You can get some really good deals. But I'm just going to cover the entire plate with one layer of Mod Podge. Once you have your layer of Mod Podge on, you can take the center part of the napkin and just lay it down on top of the Mod Podge plate. And I feel like a little kid on Christmas morning with this project. I just feel like it is so magical. I know it's silly, but I really do. And I've seen so many of you guys make these kind of plates, but I really do feel like they're fun, and you guys can make them for so inexpensively. So all you have to do is have a plate and a pretty napkin and some Mod Podge, and you're good to go. Now I did add a little bit more glue to the edges because I didn't feel like I had quite enough. So I went all the way to the edge. And then a little tip that one of you all told me is after they're dry, you can take a fingernail file, and if you have any stray loose edges from your napkin, you can gently file it, but don't do it while it's wet. I've made that mistake before and it will pull your napkin back up. So once your napkin is on, you can just go ahead and take a pair of scissors and begin to trim your napkin off. And again, I did save the excess part of the napkin because I'm going to use this to be creating some Christmas ornaments with. Now you're going to go ahead and take another layer of Mod Podge, and you want to let that first layer dry, and then just go ahead and add another layer of Mod Podge over your plate, and that is going to seal your plate. Now Mod Podge is not food safe, so you don't want to eat off this plate. This plate is for decor purposes only. You can get dishwasher safe Mod Podge and use that. I believe it comes in a blue container, and I have found some at Walmart before, or you can order some offline. But I hope that helps. Just don't eat off these plates because again, Mod Podge is not food safe. So anyway, I just went ahead and added this into my pretty little vignette. These flowers are from my garden. I popped this little candle on, and I am absolutely crazy in love with these flickering candles. You guys are probably going to get tired of me talking about them, but I love them. I've been doing a ton of giveaways with them. I'm going to do another flameless flickering candle giveaway on my Instagram page. I am so excited because I'm learning how to shop online, and so I have to share with you guys the things that I love. I'll also link some in my Amazon store. They're only about $16 or $17 for a 3-piece set. They come with a remote timer so you can turn them on and off. You don't even have to get up, and I think that's so fun, and it gives such a romantic vibe to your home. So for the first Dollar Tree DIY, I want to create a super cute Pioneer Woman inspired little dinner plate. I'm taking a clear plastic plate. They come in a 6-pack at Dollar Tree in the party section, and then just this Pioneer Woman clip art, and I'm going to trace around the bottom of the plate. Hold your hand tight down over the plate so you can just trace around the bottom part of the plate, and then you're going to take your scissors and just cut your little piece of clip art out. And I will post some of the images for the clip art in a link down below. Okay, so once you have that cut out, you can go ahead and take your Mod Podge. I have been using the dishwasher safe Mod Podge, and I'm just going to take this Mod Podge and I'm going to add a nice healthy layer on the bottom of my little plastic dinner plate. Now if you want to use a real glass plate, that is great as well. And I'm going to go ahead and lay my image down on the base of the plastic dinner plate. Now you guys get creative with this and use whatever napkins or clip art that you have in your stash. So you don't have to do Pioneer Woman inspired. You can really do any print. Okay, so once I have that finished, I'm going to go ahead and take some Waverly white chalk paint, and I'm just going to add chalk paint all the way around the base of my plate. Now, you do not want to eat any food off of a plate that you've added Mod Podge to. Mod Podge is not food safe, but this is the perfect project if you want some really cute, inexpensive home decor, and you're like me, you're always changing your decor style around, and so I'm really crushing on Pioneer Woman right now. My husband put my dining room shelf back up, and I wanted some beautiful plates without spending any money. So I already had everything on hand. I just had to print out the clip art. And if you don't have a colored printer, you could always send some clip art to a Walgreens or a Walmart to have it printed there. Also, Pioneer Woman makes contact paper, so you guys could always use contact paper from Pioneer Woman. You can pick that up at Walmart. So here is how it turned out. Oh my goodness, these are so adorable. I also rimmed the edge of the plate with a little bit of blue paint. It was just some apple barrel craft paint that I found at Walmart. But you guys can get so creative with this project and have fun and customize it to make your own. For the next Dollar Tree DIY, I want to take a Dollar Tree pizza pan and some of my mint green Rust-Oleum spray paint, and I'm just going to go ahead and spray the entire pizza pan. Once that has dried, I'm going to go ahead and take this really pretty clip art, and I'm going to cut it out, and again, customize it to suit your fancy. This is a very similar Pioneer Woman pattern to one of the dishes that I already have in my collection, but I wanted to make a bigger platter style to put on my dining room shelf. So I went ahead and cut that out, and again, then using some of my dishwasher safe Mod Podge, and you probably are seeing me scoop it from the front of my little workboard here. I had spilt it everywhere, and I will not let some good Mod Podge go to waste. Comment and let me know if you're here for it, and if you constantly have little mini craft disasters. So just have to have some real life happening here. Okay, so once I have the entire large flower covered with Mod Podge, I'm going to very carefully go ahead and put it onto my large platter or painted pizza pan, whatever you want to call it. Then I'm going to go ahead and take another layer of Mod Podge, and I'm going to add that to the top of this. Now, I just printed my clip art on regular paper. It did bleed a little bit when I was adding the Mod Podge, but you can just take some paper towels to kind of correct that, and it ended up looking so cute and is so perfect mixed in with all of my goodies here. For the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to create a super adorable little cutting board. I'm going to take this red Dollar Tree cutting board, and I'm going to place it on top of the Dollar Tree wooden contact paper. Again, I want to do a really cute Pioneer Woman inspired cutting board. And then once I have that outline traced out, I'm going to go ahead and just cut it out. Now, this is a super fun decor piece. You're not going to want to use this for cutting anything, and I'm going to share with you guys towards the end of the video how I ended up using this in my decor. It's so fun and fabulous. Now I'm going to go ahead and take the contact paper and very carefully lay that on top of the little plastic cutting board. The contact paper is very forgiving, so don't be afraid of it. I've had some people contact or comment and let me know that it makes them nervous, but just keep going for it. Now I'm going to use this really cute little biscuits and gravy. I love you like biscuits and gravy, a little clip art piece that I printed out, and I'm going to go ahead and cut it out to kind of fit the front of my little cutting board. And then once I have that done, I'm just going to go ahead and put some Mod Podge on the back of the little spot here, and then I'm going to Mod Podge that really well onto the cutting board. The next thing I'm going to do is go ahead and take some clip art from another little project and cut that out and add the little flowers to the bottom of it. If you've seen her beautiful cutting boards, she has really pretty little flowers that go along the bottom of her cutting boards, and so I thought that would be perfect. And you can kind of notice my family in and out of the house as I'm working. They keep me company and also cheer me on, which is kind of a good thing. So once I had that finished, I'm just going to go ahead and add it into a really, really beautiful wreath I'm going to share with you guys very soon. For the next DIY, I want to repurpose and reuse this tin can. It was from some pineapple that we had eaten last night for dinner. And then again, I'm going to go ahead and take some of this clip art from another project, and I'm just going to wrap it around the tin can, and it actually fit perfectly to repurpose and reuse this clip art. So I'm just going to draw around the bottom part of the tin can to make sure the measurements are correct. And lo and behold, I was so excited to be able to use this whole clip art and not have to print out anymore. Again, I'll leave some clip art for you guys posted on my Facebook page, and I'll try to do a link on my blog. So anyway, and if you guys just want to Google Pioneer Woman clip art, you can find it that way as well. So once I have the measurements figured out, I'm just going to go ahead and trim that down. And then this is such an easy, fun little craft. I'm going to take some Mod Podge again, and I'm just going to go ahead and Mod Podge the pretty clip art around the can. Super easy peasy, and you guys can just create this and customize it to suit your fancy. You can use any tissue paper, napkin, or pretty clip art. I also added another layer to the outside of my pretty can, and I ended up using this as a flower vase. And how gorgeous is this? Nobody would know that it was a tin can. So beautiful. And I even might add some pretty lace trim to the outside of it. I really love repurposing and reusing and customizing goodies that you might already have in your home. Just take new eyes when you look at objects and go for it. So for the next DIY, I'm actually going to take these coffee mugs and this spray paint. Again, this is in the Modern Mint. You all have been loving this, and I'm loving it as well. I actually barely had enough to do these 2 cups, and I'm just going to go ahead and spray paint these 2 cups really quickly and just give it a nice good layer. I really only had to use 1 layer, but probably if I had a little bit more time, I may go back in and use 2 layers. But again, this is only for display. I'm not going to be drinking out of these. Do not drink out of items that you have spray painted or Mod Podge. Neither one of those are food safe. For the next step of this DIY, I'm going to use this pretty Mackenzie Childs napkin. I order my napkins for my DIY projects off of the Mackenzie Childs website, and these are some really pretty napkins. They have this beautiful spring summer floral bloom on it, and so I just cut the napkin out, and it's about a cocktail size. But again, use whatever beautiful napkins that you have on hand. And then I did go ahead and peel off the outer layer of the napkin. There's 2 layers. Sometimes I'll do that and sometimes I won't. It depends on how fragile the napkin is. Then I'm just going to take some of my Mod Podge, and I'm going to Mod Podge around the little cup and then add my napkin. This is easy peasy lemon squeezy and such a fun and fabulous way to doll up some cups. These cups were actually headed for the thrift store. I went and dug them out of Mr. Romantic's car so I could play with them and doll them up and make them beautiful for my little display. Now that I have my Mod Podge added to the under layer of the napkin, I'm just going to go ahead and add another layer on the outer layer part. And you do want to let it dry, but just for DIY purposes and getting this video out to you guys, I went ahead and did it very quickly. Sometimes if you do that though, it will pull some of your napkin off. So give it a chance to dry, take your time, and then add that next layer of Mod Podge to the outer layer. So lately I have been mixing the Mackenzie Childs and Pioneer Woman goodies together. Comment and let me know what you think. They do a lot of florals, and then I love the accent of the black and white checkered. I just think it looks so cute and so adorable, and I would love to go visit the Pioneer Woman mercantile one day. So for the next DIY, I'm going to use some of these fabric transfer sheets from Walmart, and I'm going to create a cute little Pioneer Woman tank top for myself. I wanted to create something really cute to wear for this video and also share with you guys. So I just went ahead and printed that clip art out on the transfer sheet, and this is just an iron-on transfer. These are super easy. Don't forget though to reverse your image. So I forgot to do that, but you want to mirror your image. So when you're printing it, you want all the lettering to be backward. So when you lay it down on your shirt and iron it on, it will read the correct way. I always forget to do that and end up messing up. So anyway, go ahead and take your iron, and you want to iron really kind of with a firm hand onto your shirt. And you want to also make sure that's on a cotton setting. And this is just a tank top from Walmart. These are so fun to make and fabulous and great to customize for any decor style or any theme that you're going for. Just have fun with it and go for it. Once you have your transfer iron on, you do want to let it wait for about 10 to 30 seconds to where it kind of cools off just a little bit, and then you can just peel it off and you have a brand new shirt. And this is so fun and fabulous and a great way to customize your outfit to your craft project or your day or for your kiddos or grandkids. For the next Dollar Tree DIY, I want to take one of these Dollar Tree clear plastic plates. They come in an 8-pack, and I'm just going to measure around the base of the plate. There's a really small little edge on it, but I want to measure it to fit the bottom of my plate. Once I have it measured to suit the size of my plate, I'm just going to go ahead and cut it out. And this is such a fun and easy craft. Again, we're going to take this and we're going to create a little mini Pioneer Woman plate. So I'm just going to use my dishwasher safe Mod Podge, and I'm going to Mod Podge it to the bottom of the plate on the bottom side, so on the opposite side. And you want to dab off any bit of Mod Podge, and then I'm going to go ahead and take this really pretty, I want to say it's like a Pioneer Woman blue. I'll try to look at the bottle to see the color, but it's just some apple barrel craft paint. You get it in Walmart in the craft section, and I'm just going to add some blue edging around the plate. This kind of pretty aqua blue is kind of what she's known for. So I do love this, and it goes perfectly in with a lot of my dishes, but you're going to have to stay tuned and see how I actually use this plate. And I did add 2 layers of paint and another layer of Mod Podge on top of that. For the next DIY, I want to make a big fluffy bow, and so I'm just going to take this wired ribbon and I'm going to measure it out about 14 inches long. I'm then going to take it and loop it over on itself 6 times to where there's 3 loops on each side. You can make a smaller bow where you're just doing it 2 loops on each side, but this is going to be for a large fluffy wreath. And then I'm going to find the center of this and then just take my scissors and add tiny little notches to the center of the bow. This is what I call the Olivia bow. This is just a name really for the reference point of what kind of bow we're making. I will leave a big bow video down below for you. Now I'm taking some of this Dollar Tree wired ribbon and I'm going to do a 12-inch long loop. You just loop it over on itself several times. I believe I did 4 to 6 on this one. Notch it in the center, and the little notches in the center are for the pipe cleaner to grab onto, so when you fluff your bow, the loops do not pull pull out. Now I'm going to use some of this pretty ribbon I ordered off of Amazon. This is just some red check ribbon, and I'm going to go ahead and do a 10-inch long loop. So I'm just going to loop it over on itself again and just continue to do this. You're going to find your center and you're going to add the little notches to the center of this. And again, this is super easy. You guys, be very patient with yourself. And the secret to the bow really is the fluffing. So you're just going to find your center here and cut the little notches and set it aside. You can take the pipe cleaner and go ahead and loop those together, but I'm just going to set them aside for now because I'm doing so many different layers. Now I'm using this pretty floral ribbon from Michaels, and you might think that this is quite the odd combination of ribbons, but this is very inspired Pioneer Woman, and she uses a lot of reds and aquas, florals, and to kind of give it a little bit of a Memorial Day, 4th of July patriotic feel, I do want to add in the reds and blues, and it's also going to complement my new beautiful Help Wanted kitchen sign that I added to my dining room. So again, just continue to loop it over on itself, and you're just going to go 2 inches from the start. So you go 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, and just continue to get smaller as you go along. And I'm kind of just eyeballing it. If you want to be really precise, you can use one of these measuring mats. And I did get the measuring mat at Walmart. I hope that helps. So I'm going to take some pipe cleaner, and I'm just going to pipe cleaner this whole thing together. Be patient with yourself. You can now begin to just pull your loops out to fluffy up your bow. Now, I will tell you that I pull my loops out somewhat, but when I attach it to my wreath is when I really start the fluffing process. So don't get discouraged if it doesn't look quite like you want it. Go ahead and add it to your project, and then that will give you something to fluff against, if that makes sense. But you can go ahead and do like a first fluffing before you add it to your project and just really fluff those loops out really well. So this was the wreath that I shared with you guys in my home cottage tour. It was actually my Easter wreath, and for repurposing purposes, I'm just going to take the Easter bow off and some of the Easter goodies, and I'm going to revamp this wreath. Comment and let me know if you guys do this. I'm adding my bow with a pipe cleaner, and then I'm just going to go ahead and really fluffy out those loops. Again, really pull and fluff. And I even like to finish my wreath off by hanging it up and taking a couple steps back, and then doing that several times because I feel like a project looks a little bit different when it's hanging. But go ahead and find all of those loops. Now this bow was a little out of control. You could probably use a little bit less ribbon, but you guys know me. I love big bows, and I cannot lie. I am a big bow lady. That's just how I am. I'm a 90s girl straight through and through. So I love to go over the top in my decor. You guys can always customize this to fit your style and what you love. Now I'm adding in some of my red Dollar Tree roses, and these are pretty much all dollar store or Walmart or Dollar Tree florals. The tulips I did actually get at Michael's, but I'm going to leave the spring florals in and then just add some pops of summer. So think about that and get creative. And you're probably wondering, thinking I've lost my mind adding so many different color combinations, but I promise you at the end, it's really going to pop and just really be vibrant and happy and just scream summer, which I'm so ready for. Some sunshine. We have had so much rain lately. Comment and let me know how your weather is right now. I'd love to hear. And I'm also adding in some hot pink tulips to offset and bring in those deeper tones. The other thing I'd like to do is dovetail the ends of my ribbon. So you just take your ribbon and cut a little triangle in the bottom of it, and that's going to give you a really nice boutique finish. Now here was the surprise I've been telling you guys about, is I wanted to add in my little faux cutting board to my wreath. I thought that would be so adorable and so cute, and since it's in the dining room kitchen area, it would just be so perfect and fun. So I did just use a pipe cleaner and add it to the top part of my wreath. And here is how my fun and fabulous wreath turned out. If you guys can see, there's that smaller plate that we DIY'd earlier with the little butterflies, and then I added in the cute little cutting board and loads of ribbons and happy summer flowers to just give it that over-the-top pop that I absolutely love. Comment and let me know what you all think about this, and also, as always, I love to hear what was your favorite DIY in this video. So last but not least, I do have to share this really cute little DIY. Okay, I'm taking another one of those mugs, and I'm going to take this Mackenzie Childs napkin. Again, they sold out on Amazon when we did these DIY projects, so I'm sharing with you guys. I am ordering my Mackenzie Childs napkins through the Mackenzie Childs website. They're actually the same price that you would find on Amazon, so no worries there. And I'm just going to go ahead and take and cut the napkin out, and it's going to suit the size of the cup, and I do want to use the gold trim at the top. This project is super easy. Again, we're going to use our Mod Podge. I guess I was on like a total Mod Podge kick today, so forgive me for using lots of Mod Podge, but I just love it. I think it's such a fun way to repurpose and reuse things quickly. Like to have my crafts done quickly and move on and do some more fun crafting. So I'm just going to add the outer layer of the napkin, and I will tell you I probably should have separated the napkin from the inner layer of the napkin. It did end up getting a little bit tiny lumpy, but sometimes I do have a hard time working with that thinner layer of napkin. So I'm just going to go ahead and smooth it out and then work my way around the cup. So adding more Mod Podge as I go along. The next step is you'll want to go ahead and add a layer of Mod Podge to the outer part of your mug, and easy peasy. Do try to let it dry in between coats though. I get impatient, and I'm also trying to get these projects out and done for you guys, but here is how it is looking. Now, Mackenzie Childs is really expensive, so if you want something on the budget, just grab a thrift store mug or an old coffee mug that you're not using anymore, and voila, there you have it. Look at these fabulous mugs. Nobody would know that they were headed to a new home, not with me, but now they're safe here. So always comment and let me know what was your favorite DIY in this video, and also what will you all be recreating. Now, the secret question for this video is, what is your favorite summer color? Is it yellow, aqua blue? Do you have a color combination that you decorate with for summer? I feel like sometimes summer is just that in-between holiday. Are you all decorating for patriotic 4th of July? Would you like to see some of those DIYs, or are you going coastal? Let me know what you guys are up to. For the first Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to repurpose and reuse these Dollar Tree Easter Bunny signs. I'm going to go ahead and clip the little hanger off of the top, and these were the tag style signs, so I have them turned over with the writing facing down, and I'm going to go ahead and use some of this Waverly white chalk paint, and I'm going to give them a good coat of chalk paint. I also want to let you all know that I did end up giving these signs 2 coats of chalk paint, and I like to give them about an hour in between coats to let them dry thoroughly. Once the signs were dry, it was time to go ahead and glue them together. So I'm going to turn them chalk painted face sign down, and then I'm just taking this leftover Dollar Tree sign. I'm actually making Christmas ornaments out of the other pieces of it. So I'm just going to go ahead and fit them closely together, and then I'm going to hot glue the seam of this sign, and then I'm going to use the rest of this Dollar Tree sign to hot glue onto the back of this. Now, if you all have some paint sticks or some popsicle sticks, you guys could always just use those. I'm out of those right now as far as crafting is concerned, so I'm just using this extra sign. Now I'm going to take some black craft paint and this little sponge tool that has definitely seen better days, and I accidentally left paint on it and it had gotten a little dry and crusty. Anyway, so I went ahead and started out making just a little edging around this. My goal for this is to make it look like it's an enamel style sign. I want to put the letters of bakery on it. I have been admiring one of those bakery signs at Michael's for the longest time, and once I saw these little tag sizes on these signs, I thought these would be absolutely perfect to recreate the Michael's sign. And this sign is only going to cost me about $3 plus some paint, and the Michael's sign I believe was like $46. Now it was enamel ware or faux enamel ware, but I'm really thinking that this sign is going to be super cute. So I just started out and put a light dusting of black chalk paint around the entire sign. And once I had that done, I decided to let that dry and then go ahead and begin to add my lettering. So I'm going to take this little ruler and I'm going to take these letters from Dollar Tree. These are just the regular poster board letters, and I'm going to use the poster board letters to write bakery on here. And I like to just kind of eyeball my lettering, but this does have measurements, so I'm measuring it about an inch apart. If you guys are really precise, you guys can see that I'm just kind of going for it this way, and the little ruler is helping me keep my letters straight. So I'm just going ahead and spelling bakery on this cute little sign. Here's how it looked after I got my bakery letters on. I thought it was super adorable, but I also decided that I felt like I needed to go ahead and paint the edges. And so I'm just going in with some more chalk paint. This time I grabbed a paintbrush because I wanted to go to town and make it look a little bit more heavier of a black distressing, kind of like enamelware has a little bit heavier of black around it. Anyway, I just wanted it to be more pronounced. So I'm taking my paintbrush here and I'm just adding black paint all the way around the edge to give it a lot more of a finished edge. And also, if you guys really wanted to finish it out really well, you'd probably also want to paint the back, but because this is going to be up against a wall or something behind it, I really don't feel like that's going to be necessary. If you were going to set it in front of a mirror though, you would want to probably chalk paint the back. I'm kind of bad about not painting the backs of things. You can ask my husband, he gives me a hard time about it all the time. And here is the finished product for just a couple of dollars. I am definitely crushing on this. Now you guys can see the line in the center. I really didn't notice that until I was editing this video, and so I probably will go back and use a little bit of patch and paint or patch filler and maybe fill that, or I might just live with the imperfections. I do like more of a shabby chic decor look, but I thought this was so fun and fabulous, and for only a couple of dollars it was definitely a win. So for the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take this Dollar Tree spring sign. It's kind of getting past spring and I'm wanting to go for more more of a cute little cottage kitchen look. And so I'm going to go ahead and remove the top to this sign. You guys could really use any Dollar Tree seasonal sign, or if you just have a scrap piece of wood, that would work too. Now I'm using this scrap piece of tablecloth that I had left over from another project. I'm just going to hot glue onto the edge of the sign, and I'm going to use this tablecloth in several DIYs on this video. You guys are probably going to crack up because I'm really repurposing, reusing this one little scrap of yellow tablecloth piece. I will put a yellow tablecloth also in my Amazon store in case you guys want to duplicate this or would like a cute little yellow tablecloth. So I'm just continuing to add some hot glue to the sides of this, and then I'm trimming it off, and I'm going to continue to add in one other piece of yellow tablecloth and also secure the edges with some dabs of hot glue. Now that I have my sign all covered, I'm going to go in with the Stay Humble, Work Hard, and Be Kind. This is a piece of lettering that I found at Dollar Tree, and I really love this saying. I feel like it's such a great reminder at this time. Staying humble is something I always need to constantly remember. I'm a hard worker, but I do love that. Work hard, and then be kind. I think all those things to me are just really speaking to me, and I really love the pops of black and yellow together. I feel like it's just so springy and summery, actually more summery, but super cute. And I will tell you that these Dollar Tree letters were really easy to use, and if you mess up, you can just kind of peel them back up and reposition them. So go for it, don't be afraid. And if you guys are like me and you don't have a Cricut machine yet, this is definitely a great option. But if you do have a Cricut machine, let me know, do you love it? Is it hard to use? I'm really considering getting one and also possibly doing a giveaway for one, so definitely let me know if you guys think this is something that is really awesome and a good tool to have in my craft arsenal. And once I have my lettering on, I'm just reattaching the little sign hanger that was already on there. I did have to pull back a little bit of the vinyl tablecloth and then re-glue it. Sometimes just crafting is a work in progress, if you guys know what I mean. So anyway, I thought this was really cute. I would like to add some type of frame to it. So if I did that, I would probably remove the little top, but this is really cute, and it's going to go either in my studio or in my kitchen. I am just so in love with the lemon dishes. I found those at Dollar Tree. A lot of you guys have been asking me. I found them last season, but I'm also going to put a 16-piece set of lemon dishes in my Amazon store. They're a pretty good deal. They're not quite as cheap as Dollar Tree, but if you guys are really itching for them and you don't want to get out and you're like me, you're starting to learn how to order stuff online, you might want to go for that. So for the next DIY, I'm going to take another scrap of this yellow tablecloth, and I'm just going to make a cute little banner to really tie in the little bit of yellow tablecloth pattern here. And so I'm just going to go ahead and cut a triangle out, and then I'm going to use that original triangle to outline where I want to cut for the rest of the banner. So you'll just cut your first triangle out and then position the next one to continue to cut. I did go ahead and cut 2 more of the vinyl tablecloth banners or little triangles, and then I'm just going to hot glue them on either end to attach them. I was thinking about putting some lettering on the little banner, but I wasn't for sure what I might want to use. I also was thinking streamers might be cute, but I want to live with it for just a moment. Sometimes I get a little crazy with my embellishments and it can be a bit much, so I'm going to live with it and see what I think. But if you guys have any ideas, let me know for sure. Now I'm just going to take some of that Dollar Tree jute twine and I'm going to hot glue the jute twine to the back of it to give it a little bit more stability, and also so it's just on one piece of string, and then the end of the string you guys can make a little loop and that can help you hang it to wherever you're wanting to hang it. So I decided to string it above this little cabinet underneath the bakery sign. I just thought that would be so cute and a fun way to add a pop of color and whimsy to this beautiful little display. Stay humble, work hard, be kind, and also reuse lots of your scraps. I definitely have been digging into my craft stash and I'm crafting with everything that I already have on hand. So comment and let me know if you guys are doing the same. So for the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm taking this little Dollar Tree When Life Gives You Lemons, Make Something Sweet sign, a Dollar Tree pom-pom, my hot glue gun, a Dollar Tree candlestick, and then some little beads. And I'm just going to go ahead and hot glue the pom-pom down inside of the candlestick. And then I'm going to take these little beads. I actually got these off of another project that I found at Dollar General during the springtime, and I'm just going to begin to hot glue the little beads around the top part of the candlestick. My idea is to make like a little riser to set the cute little sign on. I've had this sign for a while, but if you guys have these signs, you may notice that they like to kind of tip backwards. So I thought it would be great to just put it on top of a riser that will elevate it and also give it a little bit of stability. So I'm just continuing to hot glue the little beads in and around the top part of my candlestick, and I came up short one bead, and lo and behold, I remember I had put it in this other little container, which is completely unusual. I usually lose small pieces. I actually lose things constantly with my crafting, but small pieces are hard to find. So I decided to go ahead and paint the beads. So I painted them white with a dab of spray paint. I let that dry, and now I'm going in with some pretty little greenery to add to the top of this. I decided to give it even a little bit more stability. I was concerned that my sign might not sit on top of the beads very good, and so I thought it would also be really cute and festive to put the greenery on it. It would match the little yellow sign. So I just continued to glue some greenery on here to make it a little bit more stable and fun. Now I decided to make a bow for the base of this. I'm just going to take this cute little black and white striped ribbon, and I am just going to make it into a bow. So to make this little bow, you're just going to hot glue your two ends of ribbon together, and this is a great way to use up ribbon scraps. So once you have that part hot glued, then you can go ahead and hot glue the center point. So hot glue the center point and then kind of squeeze the ribbon down, and you're going to give it a good squeeze, and then to give it a little bit more stability, you can even hot glue into the center, or you can tie something in the center. I wanted to give it kind of a ruching effect, so I did just go ahead and hot glue this in the center, and then I went in with some white and black polka dot ribbon, and I just wrapped that around the center. If you guys have ever seen one of those little cute baby bows, this is how they make the baby bows, and then you just put a barrette underneath that. So I'm going to go ahead and trim that out and then clip that off, and then I'm just going to hot glue that to the base of my pretty little lemon sign. When life gives you lemons, make something sweet. For the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take this cute little container, another scrap of that lemon tablecloth fabric, and then this little Dollar Tree. It's kind of like a little stake with a chalkboard on top of it. It comes in a 3-pack. I can't find the other two, but I decided to use this one and make a cute little tag. So I'm just cutting this fabric the size that I want to be the tag, and I want it to kind of stick out a little bit. So then once I had that done, I'm just going to hot glue my little chalkboard to the front of this. These are so fun to use on party tables or just as a little accent piece or even on a coffee bar. So I'm going to take and I'm going to make it into more of a tag shape by trimming it down just a bit, and then I did just trim either edge off. So I just went ahead and popped a piece of jute twine in the top. I cut a little hole in the top with some scissors. Definitely be careful doing that. And then I just went in with some chalk markers, which these are amazing if you guys have not tried them. My son's girlfriend ordered them off of Amazon, I believe. She used them for her car, but they were so cute and easy to use. And I've used them even on another chalkboard project. So those are fun and fabulous if you guys want to try something. And it gives you that chalkboard effect, but it's a lot easier to use and it doesn't run everywhere. So I just popped some little straws into here. I wrote straws and then a heart at the top and the bottom, and there you all have it, fun and fabulous. I love these pops of lemon for a little sunshine yellow and then blacks and white. Now whatever color you guys are decorating with, definitely go for those colors, but I thought this might bring a smile to your face as always, and definitely stay tuned for the giveaway on this video. Can't wait to share with you guys. For the next DIY, I'm taking this little Dollar Tree candle base, and it had a candle in it, but we burnt the candle and then I cleaned it out really well. And then I'm just taking this Bath & Body Works candle top and I'm going to make a super easy, just cute little cake pedestal. So I'm adding some hot glue to the top of the candle, but actually really this is the bottom. So I had just flipped the candle over and then I'm adding my hot glue. I'm adding the little Bath & Body Works topper on. Now this was just a winter candle. It had this cute little scalloped edge, so I thought it would be perfect. I'm adding on a lemon cake and voila, we have an ultra fabulous little cake stand for next to nothing. So great way to repurpose and reuse those candle lids. Now, for the first Dollar Tree DIY, I'm taking 2 Dollar Tree storage baskets and a Dollar Tree buffalo check plaid scarf. I'm just going to take my scissors and cut the scarf in half. I want to take the scarf and cover it on the top of the storage basket in the front. So I'm just going to run a line of hot glue down the top part of the storage basket and then fold it over. And you guys can also find buffalo check plaid fabric at Walmart. It's pretty inexpensive there as well as on Amazon. So just continue to run that line of glue down the front part of your basket and then just gently pull the scarf over, and you're just going to continue to glue along the top part of your basket, and then you're going to do kind of a cool little fold to tuck it over and under. Fabric around the basket, I did glue the top and the bottom first, and then I ran the glue down the sides. I'm only using the buffalo check plaid on the front of my basket because it's going to hang off of this cute little ladder, and so I'm not super worried about covering the back of the basket. But if I did have enough fabric, I would probably have covered it with all of this, but I'm using and crafting from my stash. So now I'm taking out this burlap ribbon, and I had this left over from Christmas. I'm just going to go ahead and glue some of the burlap to the bottom. I don't want any items to pop through, so if I use this in my kitchen, I want to be able to put anything in it, whether it be fruit or napkins or just whatever I need to put in there without it poking through the bottom, because these baskets are going to hang. So I'm just wrapping the burlap in and around the top of the basket, adding hot glue to secure it. And again, use whatever fabric and goodies that you have on hand. Now that I have my burlap added to the base of my basket, I want to make it a little bit prettier, and so I'm just going to add a strip of burlap to the front part. Now this burlap was rather wide, so I wanted to fold it over just to give it a little bit more of that boutique finish and a nicer edge. Once you have your basket all ready, you can go ahead and craft up a quick little paint stick ladder. These are just paint sticks that I got at Walmart when I bought some paint, and I'm going to go ahead and paint them with some of this Waverly white chalk paint. I've shared this DIY with you all before, but it is so easy and fun. And the other thing that you'll need for this project is some E6000 glue, some dabs of hot glue, and 2 boards to go ahead and glue your paint sticks to. You could also maybe make some longer boards with paint sticks, but I did go ahead and just use this scrap wood. I also painted it white with some of my Waverly white chalk paint. And the other thing you'll want to do is measure the size that you want your paint stick ladder to be. So these are like my little slats. So I'm just going to go ahead and add some E6000 glue to the top of it, and then I'm going to also add some hot glue right in next to it. So the E6000 glue does take 24 to 48 hours to dry completely, and the hot glue will help secure the E6000 glue on there. I actually learned this tip and trick from Bargain Bethany. She is a crazy amazing YouTuber DIYer, so check her out if you guys have a chance. But so now I'm just adding in more of my little paint sticks here, and I just felt like this paint stick ladder was the funnest, most wonderful thing ever. I know funnest probably isn't a word, but I believe one of my subscribers, Donna Williams, I believe, if you're watching this, You gave me this idea, so thank you so much for giving me the idea for the paint stick ladder. I believe that was you, Donna. Comment and let me know. Okay, so now that I have my paint stick ladder all glued together and ready to roll, I'm just going to take my cute little Dollar Tree covered basket. I'm using some floral wire. I also picked this up at Dollar Tree a couple months ago, and I'm attaching it to the paint stick ladder. Now make sure you let your ladder dry for a couple of days before you add any weight to it. The next thing I want to do is take this little Dollar Tree riser. I flipped it over and I'm turning it the opposite direction. I want to attach it to my little organizer here, and that way I can add in some kitchen utensils. Now the other fun thing about this is you guys can really use this for anything that you want to. You wouldn't have to just use this for your kitchen. You could put this in your laundry room, you could put this in your crafting room. In fact, I'm not even totally for sure where this is going to end up in my home, but it does look cute with all of my Pioneer Woman kitchen utensils on it. And then I popped in some cute little lemons and apples and all kinds of fun goodies. This can hang directly right on your wall. Just make sure it's nice and secure so nothing flops off. Now for the next DIY, I'm going to make a quick little Olivia bow. So I'm taking my buffalo check plaid ribbon and I'm just going to loop it over on itself. And I believe I measured this out to be about 5 inches. I did share with you guys today on my Facebook Live on how to use the Easy Bow Maker, and I found it to be a little bit more tricky. I'm going to have to play with it a little bit more than I thought. So thank you guys for everybody that kind of joined me on that. But you're just going to go ahead and loop your ribbon over on itself and then cut 2 little tiny notches, and that's going to help your pipe cleaner stay onto your ribbon so you can fluffy up your bow. For the next layer on my bow, I'm going to use some of this Dollar Tree leftover Easter ribbon, and I'm just going to loop the ribbon over on itself. We're going to make a triple layered Olivia bow. So we start out with the buffalo check plaid and then went in for a solid color. And I do try to use my thicker ribbon toward the back of the bow. And the other thing is I always try to use wired ribbon. It really does help your bow stand up. Now, this last little bit of burlap ribbon that I added to the bow, I don't think that this one was wired. I don't know. I'll have to check it again. So you can use non-wired ribbon. I just like the wired ribbon in the back. It will help your bow just be nice and boutique gorgeous. Now, here's the secret part to my bow is the fluffing. You guys really have to give your bow a good fluffing. Take those loops and work them around, pull them out, and really give them a good fluffing. That will really help your bow look a lot better. And be patient with yourself. If you're a new bow maker, or even if you're like me and you've made a lot of bows, sometimes I still even have to give myself grace. So I decided to add this to this cute little Dollar Tree. This kitchen is seasoned with love, this darling little sign. I think this sign is adorable, but I really wanted to zhuzh it up. And I will tell you that I feel like my bow may have gotten a little bit crazy big. But if you guys are new here, I'm going to forewarn you. I love big bows and I cannot lie. I do love my big bows. Oh my goodness. But this one got a little crazy. Anyway, that's okay. I still think it made super cute and so fabulous and farmhouse chic with just this little flare of boho with kind of those aquas and kind of that burlap in there. So I hope you guys are here for it and are loving it. Now for the next Dollar Tree DIY, we're going to take some Waverly white chalk paint and one of these Dollar Tree scrolly frames. We're going to go ahead and chalk paint the frame. Okay, you're going to want to chalk paint your frame and add 2 coats of chalk paint. I did actually a whole pile of these frames, and the frames that I'm going to end up using in this DIY, I accidentally cut the footage on that, but they're going to be the frames kind of off to the right, but it's the same premise. Okay, so you're going to go ahead and take some sandpaper and just gently sandpaper your frame. That's going to give it kind of that really cool age distressed look. Okay, then we're going to go in with our paintbrush and some Waverly Antique Wax. You find this in the craft section at Walmart, and it's really great. A little bit goes a long way. If you get too much on there, all you have to do is use your sandpaper or even just an old brush and just brush it right off, or even a cloth will work as well. So I'm taking a little bit of gold paint and I'm just going to gently brush some gold paint over that as well. It's going to give it kind of that cool vintage boho chic vibe. I really love that look, or it's also kind of a French country farmhouse look as well. But have fun with it, add those paint colors and just make it suit your fancy. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and take these picture frames and some contact paper, and I just want to trace the size of the picture frames to the contact paper. The contact paper out that's going to fit in the side of the frame. And what I want to do with this is I want to spell eat with these cute little frames. So I'm going to go ahead and take some of this Dollar Tree poster board letters, and I'm just going to peel off the letters for eat. And I will tell you that I did mess up this first E and have to reapply it because it was crooked. I don't know if you guys noticed, but when I'm crafting and filming, I'm crafting upside down. I hope that makes sense, but I'm crafting kind of like upside down and backwards. Anyway, so here it is. I'm spelling out eat, and I just thought that was so cute for a little kitchen area. And you could even take the backs off the little picture frame part where they stand up, and you could glue them to a board, and that way you could maybe even hang it on the wall or hang it crosswise. But I am really crushing on this little fun farmhouse, kind of whimsical, boho, just relaxed vibe. I love the Pioneer Woman stuff. Her stuff is so vintage chic. I really think it could just go with any style. It's just so fun. And I was actually even just chatting with my cousin today because she's doing this fun little Pioneer Woman look in her apartment, which I thought was pretty neat. So it made me feel a little bit more hip and cool because she's in college and she's decorating her apartment in this style. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm still kind of a cool mom. For the next DIY, I'm going to take this plain white plate and some contact paper, and I want to share with you guys how to make kind of a Pioneer Woman looking plate. Now, of course, this plate is going to be for decor purposes only, but I'm taking that large ribbon roll and it's going to fit right down inside of that plate, and I'm just going to trace around the ribbon roll so I can get a nice circle. And basically, I just wanted to show you guys a different way. I do like to decoupage a lot of plates, but I thought this would be fun if you just have contact paper, and this would be something that you could do with your kiddos. Now, Dollar Tree has all different kinds of contact paper. They have this style, but they also have roses and they have a wood style. So this is such a fun way to change up your decor. You can get a plain white plate, and whatever mood strikes your fancy, if you guys are like me and you love to try constantly just decorating in different styles, this is such a great way to try a different style. And I actually have a set of Pioneer Woman plates that Mr. Romantic picked up from me at the thrift store that have almost this exact design. They are rimmed with like a red rim around them, but check this out, you guys. Super easy. You can find plates at the thrift store for next to nothing, and you can change up your decor. So there you have it. I popped it into the top of the little organizer, and off to the other side are my Pioneer plates, woman plates with the little pretty flowers on them. My Santa Pops had got me those. So, but look how cute they work in with this decor. That's just kind of what I wanted to share with you guys. For the next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to take this little rug and I'm going to make it boho fabulous chic. So all you have to do is grab some trim. These are just little pom-pom trims. They have them on sale at Michael's right now, and Michael's is doing curbside pickup. So if you have a Michael's in your area, all you have to do is order online and they'll bring it right out to your car, which I think is super awesome. So I'm just going to hot glue this little pom-pom trim on this rug. Now I hot glue all kinds of things and I wash them in the washer on cold. Okay. This probably isn't the greatest method. If you guys can sew these on, you definitely probably want to do that, but I'm kind of like a quickie about my crafts and I just want to get it done and have fun with it. And this is going to be more of like a little decorative rug than it is like a real utility rug. It's something you could just pop in front of your sink, or I think I'm going to give it to my daughter. I'm going to surprise her and give it to her for her bedroom. I thought she would think that was fun. She kind of has this cool little funky style. So anyway, just continue to glue those little pom-poms on. Be patient with yourself and also try not to burn yourself. But this is another fun little craft. And you guys can make pom-poms out of yarn or fabric. I've shared that with you guys before. So have fun. Get that little rug out and make a cute little boho chic design. Kind of something you would see like on Anthropology for quite a bit more than a couple of dollars. Anyway, check these out. These pom-poms were on clearance at Michael's for $2.50. Check online, see if you guys can pick some of these goodies up. I found this really cool mug on the Mackenzie Childs website for $38, and I decided I could duplicate that using Dollar Tree supplies and some creativity. So I'm starting out with this white mug that I picked up from Dollar Tree a couple of months ago, and I'm going to use some painter's tape to begin taping it off. What I want to do is tape some painter's stripes on here. So I'm just taping lines, and then I'm using the tape actually to measure with. So I'm adding a layer of tape and then another layer next to it, and then I'm pulling one piece up, and that's going to create the stripe. And then I'm going to go around the top of the cup with painter's tape to create the checkerboard pattern. So I will tell you that this DIY takes some patience. So put on some fun music, be patient with yourself. I actually had so much fun with this project. It was a little bit tedious, but I really don't have a whole lot else going on. So I wanted to share this with you guys. If you've always wanted to create something that was maybe a little bit more just time consuming, go ahead and take a shot at that now. So you can see I've gone all the way around the cup making the stripes, and now I'm going to start at the top of the cup and I'm going to do the same pattern, except for I'm just going to move in a downward direction. Now I'm going to take some black craft paint, and this is just regular craft paint, and I'm going to begin to paint the little spots on the cup that have not been taped off. So basically just the little squares here, and I did use 2 coats of craft paint, just very carefully going in here and adding them. I like having the sections taped off because I don't really think that I could freehand this entire thing. I don't have a super steady hand. I actually have neuropathy in my hands and feet, so sometimes that makes it hard for me to have a little bit more of a steady hand. So this was kind of an extra challenge for me. Once I had 2 coats on, I went ahead and began to peel the paint off. I am going to go back through and paint the remaining checkerboard part freehand. So bear with me. Again, this is the first time I've ever attempted this, but I actually found myself having more fun than anticipated. Now I'm just going in and I'm hand painting the rest of those checkerboards, and I even added a little bit of gold paint to the top rim and kind of some gold flecks in true Mackenzie Styles fashion. This is a hand painted piece. It is unique and I'm kind of proud of it. It was definitely, again, an exercise in patience, but I am really crushing on the final look of this. So fun and fabulous, and really fun to step outside of my comfort zone and do something a little bit different. So here is how it looks mixed in with this kind of high-end decor, and it only cost me about $1 and some paint. So have fun with that one. Now for the next DIY, I found another Mackenzie Childs inspiration piece. It was a candle. So I'm taking this candle. It's an LED candle that I found at the thrift store, and I'm just going to go ahead and add some Mod Podge to the outside of the candle. I printed off a checkerboard pattern. I just went to the internet. I googled checkerboard pattern. I printed it off, and I'm going to add it to the outside of this candle. Now Dollar Tree does have LED candles if you happen to snag any of those, or you can just use a regular candle, whatever you all have on hand. You could also even use a jar, but I'm just going over this with a layer of Mod Podge on the underneath and then on top of it. To finish this candle project off, I went ahead and printed out another sheet of the checkerboard pattern, and then I'm just Mod Podging the rest of it on there. I will tell you that I just used a regular printer and regular printer paper. You guys just go for it, use what you have fun. And I did apply, again, a generous layer of Mod Podge over this because I do want it to be somewhat long lasting. I love the pops of black and white. I think this can really transition into any season. It can go summer with lemons, it can go into fall for Halloween, and it can even go for Christmas. So have fun with it and get creative. Now for the next DIY, I'm taking this thrift store candlestick and I'm adding this little Dollar Tree scrolly frame to the top of this. And I'm deciding that I want to have like kind of a fancy stand for my candle. I'm using what I have on hand, and I'm just adding some Dollar Tree floral foam to the top. I decided that I wanted to create a springish summer greenery piece. So I'm just clipping off some greenery pieces. Again, this is greenery that I had on hand. These are Dollar Tree hydrangeas, and then just some nice spring greenery. I believe I found it at Michael's or maybe Walmart, but I'm clipping them off fairly short because I want the greenery piece to kind of spill over but not be too long. Now, how fun and fabulous is this looking? Oh my goodness. I had so much fun creating this. So I'm just adding in some more little bits of greenery. I love the pops of lime against the black and white. I really feel like this is my new color, at least for this week right now. You guys know I love to share with you all so many different types of decor looks. And I've always thought Mackenzie Childs was just super fun and different and creative. And so I thought, well, let's do some inspired pieces. I did end up going ahead and adding a little bow over here to the side. This was some ribbon with stripes, and then just kind of some Paris inspired ribbon along with some burlap. It's that mesh burlap. I found that at burlapfabric.com, but I just dug into my stash for this one. And of course I'm dovetailing my ends and adding a little tail here. Here is how it came out. How fun. And oh my goodness, I really feel like this looks very high end and boutique gorgeous on a teeny tiny budget. For the next DIY, I'm going to take these little Dollar Tree garden planters, and these are just two little clay pots that I had painted white. It was from another DIY, but I'm repurposing it and reusing it. I'm using the painter's tape again because I want to create some stripes down these pots. I've seen some really neat black and white pots, and I'm going to do a mini version. I do want to do some larger ones, but I wanted to try my hand at how this was going to work. So I went ahead and used some black craft paint and used that to create these stripes. I decided to add some gold paint after I painted my stripes. I also painted the top part of my little planter with a black rim. Again, I'm going for more of a high-end kind of boutique look, kind of Mackenzie Childs inspired. So here it is without the gold, and then you guys saw it with the gold. I ended up keeping it with the gold. I just found that to be a little bit more glam and fabulous, but this could go either way, and you could even incorporate this into kind of some more chic modern farmhouse look. I added in some greenery, just some little lamb's ear that I found at Walmart, and then some other greenery. I thought it looked really great in this little two-tier scalloped edge tray. Again, I found that at Target Dollar Spot. So for the next DIY, I want to create a beautiful vase. Now this Mackenzie Childs inspired vase was originally $100. I have this Dollar Tree vase that I had originally painted white for this session of DIYs, and then I changed my mind at the last minute and decided to print out some more of that checkerboard pattern. I'm adding Mod Podge to the back of the checkerboard, and then I'm just going to lay that on top of my vase. This was going to be a lot easier. My original plan was to paint this white and then hand paint the checkerboard pattern, but after how long it took for me to do the cup, I decided that maybe it would be a quicker and easier idea for me to just go ahead and Mod Podge this together. So depending upon how much time you had, you could either hand paint the checkerboards or you could cheat like me and go ahead and Mod Podge them to the vase. Now this is a Dollar Tree vase, and I just printed out some checkerboard pattern and I'm Mod Podging it to this little vase. So we had the $100 vase, which is amazing, and I completely respect the artist and the artistry, but we're doing a dupe on this, and so I thought it would just be fun to share with you guys. If you cannot afford the $100 vase, or you just want to play around and create something and see if you want to incorporate some black and white into your decor like me. I don't usually do a whole lot of black and white, but for some reason I'm just really crushing on this look right now. So I was able to get one whole section done, and then I did print out another section of the black and white checkerboard, and then needed to add that again with the Mod Podge and then a heavy layer of glue over that. So I went ahead and just popped some white Dollar Tree flowers into this vase, and here is how it has all come together. I love this little gratitude is the best attitude. I found that last year at Dollar Tree, but it is such a wonderful reminder for me just to be grateful for every moment and every day. As always, I ask that you comment and let me know which DIY was your favorite. Do you all decorate with black and whites? I would love to.
Okay you guys, so for this first DIY tutorial, the supplies you will need are a grapevine wreath, or really any wreath form, some greenery. I am going to use this greenery that I found at Michael's a couple of months ago. I have these fairy lights. I believe I picked them up at the Target Dollar Spot, and some wire clippers, or some dull scissors. You don't want to dull your ribbon scissors. I'm going to use these wire cutters that I stole from my husband's toolbox. And I'm going to use some ribbon. What we're going to do is we're going to create an outdoor chandelier. Now, if you don't have a spot to put this outdoor chandelier, you guys can also use this inside. Wait till you see what I'm up to.
So I'm starting out with this grapevine wreath base that I found at the thrift store, and I'm just going to go ahead and add the garland greenery to the top, and then I'm clipping off some pieces of wire and just wiring that on. I measured about 8 to 10 inches between each part of the greenery and just added wire. That way my greenery would stay on there nice and good, and I wasn't for sure if I wanted to use this inside or outside, but I wanted it to be nice and secure in case I do put it outside. I won't have any greenery flopping off. So just continue to add your greenery in and around your wreath form base. Now this is such a great project to repurpose and reuse any old grapevine wreath, or you can even use one of the wreath bases that you've been using for Christmas and add some greenery to that. Just find whatever wreath base you guys have and grab some greenery and go to town wiring on some beautiful greenery or florals. Now that all the greenery is wired on, I'm taking these fairy lights I found at the Target dollar spot. You can also find them at Dollar Tree, and the spots where I had wired the greenery on, I'm just wiring on top of that. So I'm just adding in the lights. So I'm just going to go in and around my wreath base to add some really beautiful twinkling fairy lights to create this beautiful garden chandelier. So fun, fabulous, and so easy to do. Now that my fairy lights are on, I'm just taking this lace and I'm tying it on to either side of my grapevine wreath base. I'm double knotting it and just making it long enough so it will hang. And then I'm kind of testing it out to see how it will hang. And then I'm taking another piece of lace and I'm adding that to the other side of my little garland wreath. And I found that it worked perfectly. So I just tied it on the other side and I made them come up together at a point. But this is so fun and fabulous, and I've always wanted to create an outdoor garden wreath, and I have a surprise for you guys too coming up for the fall season and the Christmas season. We're going to do some more of these, and I have some different ideas for them, so definitely stay tuned for some fun and fabulous DIYs in the next seasons using this same idea. Once I had all of that finished, I decided to go a little bit extra, a little bit over the top. If you guys know me, I love my florals. And so I'm just taking some of this Walmart lavender. It was 99 cents a bundle, and I just clipped it apart to make it little smaller branches. And then I'm taking that and poking that into the grapevine wreath base. Again, if you're going to put this outside, you may want to go ahead and wire it on, but I did decide that I was probably going to go ahead and use this in this pretty little area I'm going to share with you guys in just a moment. So I just go ahead and poke it in, so it fit pretty nicely that way. So I'm using this lavender that I had already on hand, but again, you guys use whatever colors you love. You could get really crazy with this. I even think I want to do one with some beautiful roses overflowing. I think would be absolutely gorgeous. And Mr. Romantic came to my rescue. I decided to hang it in my crafting studio. It was just too pretty not to have something beautiful to look at every day while I'm crafting. And so he just hung a hook from the ceiling, and here it is. I love how it reflects off the mirror, and then with the beautiful green curtains. And then I also want to share with you guys, here is how it would look outside. I have this little area on my back porch that I can also hang it from, or I might even get a wild hair and create another one. So for the next Dollar Tree DIY, we're going to take 3 Dollar Tree garden planters. I already have one painted white, and then I'm going to take these other 2 and paint them white as well. What I want to create is a 3-tiered garden topiary, but I want this to be inside my home. I really need some garden inside my home to lift my spirits and brighten my day. Comment if you guys feel me on that one. So I'm just taking some Waverly white chalk paint. Really any paint will do if you're going to be using it inside. If you're going to be using it outside, you'll need to use an outdoor paint and seal it. But again, this one's going to be inside. So I'm just giving it a huge heavy dose of the Waverly white chalk paint. So to create my 3-tiered potted plant, I am going to go ahead and add a large piece of Dollar Tree styrofoam to the bottom of the pot. And then I decided to take that first layer out and add in some brown craft paper to really stabilize that styrofoam. I'm rationing my styrofoam right now because I'm trying to use everything that I have on hand. So as you guys can see, that brown craft paper works miracles on this project. Now I did decide to go ahead and add some hot glue and then the smaller pot. This is going to be my 2nd tier layer, and you're going to need to use quite a bit of hot glue. Now I'm going to use another piece of Dollar Tree styrofoam and pop that in to this 2nd tier to then add the 3rd tier. Now if you guys have seen these in stores, they're super expensive even for the fake planted variety, but if you guys are doing this outside, you may want to add a wooden dowel down through the center of your pots. Again, this is going to be inside, so I'm not too worried about it. I am going to go ahead though and now do my favorite part, which is the arranging of the flowers. I'm using some Dollar Tree onion grass at the very top, and I'm just going to go ahead and pop that in to the styrofoam, and then I'm using lamb's ear on the other side. When I do these 3-tiered pots, I really love to add in my greenery first and then add in my florals second. And I wasn't for sure if I was going to add florals, but I decided that would definitely be a good option. So I'm continuing to work greenery in and around the potted plant. I decided to go in with some beautiful florals. I have these white Gerber daisies on hand, and then I'm also layering in some pale pink tulips. I am loving this so far. I think the pink tulips just give me that pretty dainty kind of shabby chic romantic vibe with that hint of spring and just a little bit of sweetness. Again, this is going in my crafting studio. I really wanted it to feel like it was spring and summer inside here, and this is just making my heart smile so much. So I'm balancing the pink tulips. I'm adding several into one side and then offsetting them on the other with some more pink tulips. So I just popped this 3-tiered happy beautiful floral on top of my little cherub planter. It has this little shell bowl that comes up. I got it at an auction years ago, but I have tried to source some similar planters and put them in my Amazon store for you all. And I am just over the moon loving the softness and beauty of the shabby chic. Now for the next DIY, I'm going to take this large, it's kind of like a toolbox planter. I found it at the thrift store for $3, and then these 2 Dollar Tree painted scrolly gates. These are so beautiful. If you guys see them, grab them. I had painted them white, and then I'm just going to add in this greenery. Again, this was from Michael's. All of this was at the beginning of the spring, so hopefully they have something similar. I'm also trying to link similar items into my Amazon store. If you all are like me right now, you're probably just only doing online shopping for your decor and your goodies. But anyway, I just popped this garland in, and then again, I'm going for a really beautiful shabby chic feel, and so I'm using this vintage angel that I had painted and left outside, so it kind of got really chippy and vintagey looking. And then I added another cherub, and then this pretty little candelabra with the dripping little crystal babushés at the top. Again, I will try to link some in my Amazon store as well. Next Dollar Tree DIY, I'm going to share with y'all how to create a beautiful garden planter wall hanging. I'm going to take 2 of the little scrolly garden gates and then 2 of the little silver garden planters, some Waverly white chalk paint, a paintbrush, and then some wire cutters and some wire. Now, to get started on this project, I'm just going to go ahead and also select some florals of choice, and then I'm going to take the garden gates and line them up. And I'm going to put one on one end and one on the other. And then I'm going to go ahead and take my wire and my wire cutters and just begin to wire these 2 frames together. Now, if you all have zip ties, you could also zip tie these. But again, I don't have any zip ties, so I'm just using what I already have on hand. So I'm just trimming down some pieces of wire. And then you're going to begin to wire this center part. That way it's nice and secure, and your little garden planters will hang on this nicely without slipping around. So just take and twist tie the wire together, and you're going to do this at all of the little support spaces. Once I had everything wired on, I'm just going to take a craft knife and cut little slits in my little garden planters. I had painted them and also distressed them with a bit of black paint, and I'm just going to go ahead and cut little slits, as you guys can see, for my wires to go through. So you'll need 2 slits on each side of your garden planters. And then I'm going to take this styrofoam, and I'm just hot gluing a small piece of styrofoam inside of here. I thought originally that I was going to use a lot of different florals, but then I decided just to make this a hanging greenery with some ferns. So I'm taking these ferns that I found at Walmart. I've used these several times in my DIY projects, but I really love them. I think they're so fresh for summer, and I kind of admire ferns for some reason because I have a hard time keeping them alive. So I do like to use some real ferns and some fake ferns. So this is going to be my ode to the fake fern, but they are really pretty. I'm going to share with you guys in just a minute how to make them look a little bit more realistic. So you're just going to layer them in and around your garden planter tin. And now Now I'm just going in with some brown craft paper to secure my ferns. This will stabilize. I didn't use really enough styrofoam to get them really stable, so the brown craft paper is kind of a neat little trick that you all can use when you're doing an indoor faux garden planter and you're like me and you don't have quite enough styrofoam. But just go ahead and pop it in there and kind of bend it in and around your little fern setup. And then I did have some old kind of dead leaf greenery that's going to act as moss. I'm out of my moss or my Excelsior grass, which is nice to have, but I did save some of this. It was just from the winter. I collected it in and around when a bunch of my plants died. So if you guys have the moss though, or Excelsior grass, that would work as well. Now I'm just going to go ahead and nail a nail to the wall. This is going to support my planter. You could also use a command strip, but again, I'm using what I have. And this is going to support my little wire garden planter. Also, just take 2 pieces of wire or zip ties to go ahead and wire that onto your planter piece. Again, use what you have. This is what I have on hand. And then I'm just going to wire that onto that top rung, and that's going to securely stay on there. And I just absolutely love how this came out. I think it's so high end for next to nothing. Also, here's a quick tip for you all to make your faux ferns look a little bit more real. You just take them and bend them down and kind of curl them. So you just kind of curl them out and around. When you get them at the store, they're going to be flat, but to make them look more real, how a fern would look, you want to kind of bend them over and a little bit down. That's just a quick little tip from me to you to help your faux fern look a little bit more real. And these are so great because they never die on you, which I absolutely love. For the next DIY, I want to take this 2X Rust-Oleum Ultra Coverage spray paint, and I'm just going to spray paint these baskets that I found at the thrift store. I found them several months ago, and I really wanted to give them a cohesive look, so I'm going to spray them all one color. And this is a great tip if you have some thrift store goodies, and they're all kind of wonky colors, and these baskets had some stains on them. They just weren't looking like the best, so I thought, well, why not make them cohesive, and I can use them in my crafting studio area for storage, and also they'll look really cute. So I ended up giving them one really heavy coat of spray paint, and then I'm going to come back in later and give them some chalk paint coating, but this was just the spray paint coverage. Sometimes it does take a couple of days to get some of these projects done, so this is going to be a part 1, and then I'll share with you guys a part 2 on how I finish these baskets out. But this is a fun way to give some of your thrift store or flea market goodies more of a cohesive look, especially if you're going for a shabby chic look. So I wanted to share with you all how to create kind of a cool little vintage chic vignette. I've got this old mirror that I redid back behind, and I have it placed on top of a garden cart. I have my little floral planter next to it, and then a little vintage picture, and then this lamp that actually wasn't vintage, but I painted it white to go along with the Victorian lampshade. So fun little way just to set something out, and then you can even add like some little china teacups or plates. Let me know, as always, what was your favorite DIY?
So thank you all so much for joining me on another fun and fabulous crafting and decorating adventure. It's such a true blessing and honor to have each and every one of you all here. For those of you all that are new, welcome. I'm Olivia with Olivia's Romantic Home. I'm a DIY crafty mama, and I have a true passion for sharing with you guys how you have a boutique gorgeous home on a budget. I just love getting you guys so inspired to craft and decorate and just make your home fabulous. You guys can see probably behind me I have some romantic bridal roses that I have been making up. My son and my future daughter-in-law are getting married this season, so you guys are going to see so much romantic decor. I'm also going to be moving into like a pretty romantic fall and Christmas. So super excited to share so many new DIYs with you guys with new colors and all the fun things. So I love y'all to the moon and back. Now I have been doing a fun little devotional with you guys. It's called He Whispers Your Name by Sherry Hill. You guys can grab it off of Amazon. And let's see, we are on a new chapter, and this chapter is called Patience. Wow, does that mean we're going to have our patience tried coming up in this next section? You know what? I know God's going to be with us. I straightened my hair. What do you guys think? I feel like it looks really different than how I normally do with the curls. Let me know in the comment section if you guys like my hair straight. Everybody likes to comment on my hair. So thank you guys for all the sweet words. Okay, this is called Receiving the Promise. Don't ever give up and don't allow the feeling of hopelessness to dictate your faith. Doubt will come, but faith does not work by sight. I know that it's hard to endure, even momentarily, the troubles of this world, but your struggle will yield greater faith if you continue to trust in me. There will be times when you'll want to quit, to cease struggling and give up in despair, but you cannot. You must make the choice to turn to me in utter dependence, surrendering all that you are. I hear your prayers. I know exactly what you need, and I know that you get weary in the waiting. But I can intervene at any given moment. Your miracles has not passed you by. I am full of surprises, able to do the impossible, and don't forget that truth. I have not left you. I am always with you, and I will show myself mightily on your behalf if you will simply endure patiently. So God says he's right there with us. Endure patiently. Wait for me and allow me to be your strength. You will receive my promises to you, and you will experience great rewards if you will faithfully endure. Though you grow weary, trust in me, obey me, and I will move heaven and earth to fulfill the desires of your heart. Don't lose your confidence. It will bring you a great reward. You need endurance so that after you have done what God wants you to do, you can receive what he has promised. And that's Hebrews 10:35 through 36. So that's amazing. We are thankful and blessed to have God constantly, faithfully by us in all of our troubles and all of our trials. And God asks us to endure. I think sometimes endurance means just being patient and still and not freaking out. I had a total freak out moment yesterday. I even said a couple expletives, words that were not good, because I was frustrated. And I'm just going to be honest with you guys about that. So you know that, like, when I talk to you guys, we're reading these Bible studies, you know that I still struggle, like, every day to do the right thing always. Not that I'm always doing the wrong thing, but, I should not have said those words. I was like, just super mad. So sometimes anger can steal our sweet Christian spirit, and that's what we're trying to get under control. So if you guys are there with me, just know, give yourself some grace. I gave myself some grace. I apologize to God. I apologize to my daughter for, I didn't say them at her, but about the situation. So anyway, we all have those mom moments, we have triggers that are hot button issues. So, but you know what? God is right there. Why did I not feel that God was right there? Just like, calm down. Patiently endure. So I hope that this inspires you guys and encourages you, and I'm just thankful and blessed to have you guys here. I would love to have you guys be part of my Olivia's Romantic Home community. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's totally free. It helps out so much, as I am a full-time content creator, and I share daily crafting inspiration with you guys on Facebook and on my YouTube shorts and Instagram and TikTok and all those fun things. Anywhere you guys might be able to see me crafting and decorate, I'm going to be popping on there with new content, with some past content, just to to mix everything up because I am a one-woman show, by the way. There's no magical wizard behind this camera. It's just me, you guys, and my little camera. I do all my own editing, crafting, marketing, decorating. I don't even know if you call it marketing. I just share what I love to do. Sometimes it's popular and sometimes it's not, and I'm totally okay with that. So anyway, I'm excited for a shabby chic, pastel, girly couple of runs of videos coming up. I don't know that I'm really going to start a summer series because I want to pop into doing 4th of July. Not 4th of July, Christmas in July. So my Christmas wheels are turning already. I want to start fall. I usually start fall at the end of June, early July, but I don't know, we might start sneaking some videos in. I've got to go back and look at my past content to see when I started and I start early, and here's why. Because I'm not trying to rush anybody through summer, but here where I am at, it gets so hot, so stinking hot in the summer, and we can't do a whole lot except for be out on the lake, or you have to do things to stay cool. So we like to stay inside and craft. My daughter and I have loved doing that. We like start dreaming of fall when the weather cools off, even though, again, I'm not trying to rush summer. I love summer. We have so much summer fun that we have with our family and our friends and all those fun things. But as far as like crafting and decorating, because I do a fall home tour and decorate my home like head to toe for fall, I have to start those crafts early, because then once the season gets here to decorate for that season, I could just set everything out instead of like trying to rush to make everything and then get my fall home tour up for you guys. So I've done a lot of traditional fall. You guys might know I'm going to be sneaking in some shabby chic, love shack fancy, girly fall, so I'm super excited for that, as well as Christmas. So anyway, I love y'all to the moon and back. Please have a safe and blessed Memorial Day weekend, and we thank you and honor all of you out there that have served in our armed forces and those that have lost their lives. Lord, just be with their families this time, and we want to say that we honor you. And we are so blessed and thankful for your service. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, have a gorgeous, blessed weekend. Please be safe, and I'll talk to you guys very soon. Bye.